But the parents just didn't do nothing.
Nope.
They gave the kid access. They actually bought them guns for holidays, right?
And if we take all this thing out of context and we give like, oh yeah, going shooting with your kids, going out on the range with your kids, going hunting with your kid, I don't see a problem with that. You know, whenever your firearms are locked in and you have the combination that they do not have access to that.
Yeah.
It's like one of my friend cooks with his daughter, right? The daughter's like 4 years old, right? That means that they're doing preparation, right? The kid is 4, has to stand on a little stepping stool to cut the preparation or whatnot. So the kid has access to knives only under the parent's supervision. Only when it's there, and it's not even a real knife. It's like a plastic knife that they don't even.
That's more reasonable
for safety. It's not like a whole ass chef knife, but it's like a plastic knife. And even when they're not there, they do not have access to that.
Yeah.
I understand that. That's exactly like taking your kids hunting or taking your kids to the range. I'm okay with that. They don't have access to all those things on a regular basis. I don't understand how the logic does not transfer with firearms. It's the same thing. How is the firearms just free in the house?
You know, it's not illegal for them to not safely secure.
Yeah,
in Michigan and in also Georgia where this happened, it's not even legal.
But knowing the background of your kid, it's not even a question of legally or not. Your kid is not well, and you know your kid is unwell. You know, because a year prior he got me by the FBI. Told you, yes, sir. I don't think your kid is well.
Yeah, so when it comes to the Georgia case, this happened obviously a couple days ago, but a year ago the FBI went up to the father's home and asked him about Discord messages his kid was getting about wanting to, blast up a school. So the transcript is crazy because they released a transcript of the discussion between the FBI agent and the father a year before this happened. Essentially, if I was to summarize it, it's a father saying my kid gets bullied at school, he's a bit weird, the kids don't really like him. And when the FBI asks the kid about it, the kid's like, no, I don't even have Discord. And the FBI agent just believes him. And they have a couple conversations there about like how he takes his son out hunting. One of the greatest days of his life was when his kid went out hunting with him and there was blood on the kid's face after hunting a deer, and it was his first time deer. I don't know. There was a bunch of like weird details in there. I'm like, But the kid had already left some weird violent messages. He also left a message in Russian. He asked the father, like, hey, does your kid speak Russian? The father's like, no, he doesn't. He's like, okay, well, if I translate what was written in Russian, the message reads as Lanza, which is a reference to Adam Lanza, who was another person who shot up a spot.
Sandy Hook.
We need to stop crying over this stuff. Crying over it's gotten boring. There's no amount of mental health services, there's no amount of money that you could throw at people to not make them this mentally unstable. America just has too many people, too many problems, and there's no way you're gonna stop all that. So there's gonna be people shooting up places. That's gonna happen. As long as they have access to these guns, it's gonna happen. So you need to come to terms with that. There is no alternative. And I guess some people are essentially saying our right to bear arms is so fundamental that we're willing to accept the fact that some schools are gonna get shot up. Oh, I want to get security. You cannot get security guards to be posted up at every school. And this one had 2 peace officers there. They're the ones who stopped the shooter. But guess what? He already killed 4 people. They don't have instant transmission. This ain't Dragon Ball. So even having a security guard, a good guy with a gun, didn't really help much. It stopped more people from getting shot, which is good for them. But you still lost 4 people, so it don't matter. No security guards, no amount of training, no amount of good guys with a gun, or you have to just accept that. You think that it's more important to bear these arms than to stop a lot of these shootings from happening. So I've dated women, from the States, and we had a long conversation about where we're gonna live. And I said, if I'm having kids, it's off the table for me to be in the States. I'm just not interested personally. That's a uniquely American problem. I don't think about that stuff here. Even when this happens, I'm like, oh, that's sad for them over there. But I have my friends who live in the States, and they tell me like they worry about their kids.
It's like we have 45 I remember I remember a time where one was just
crazy.
Remember the Columbine when the first big one that happened. It was like, oh my God.
Yeah, I mean but they passed laws after that.
we're still at 45 right now this year. It's crazy.
Yeah.
45 school shootings. It's crazy.
Yeah.
We're not done. Every week there's one. Whoa.
Yeah.
And there's summer. There's like 2 months that we don't have school.
Crazy.
Bro.
If you're a parent in America, you better than me. And you know what one of the wildest quotes I heard?
What?
Was one of the moms of the kids who got her kid out safely. She was very happy. She's like, you don't think about these things till it happens to you. It's like, lady, you live in America. You need to wake up to the reality. Like, I get it. But all you guys thinking because it happened in a state over, in a city over, like, yeah, your school can 100% be next. It's very easy to just pick one of these yats up and then drive across state lines. And the way parents think it's a good idea to just get their kids like AR-15 is crazy. It's crazy. Oh, yeah, I'm teaching him. The dad said that too. So I'm teaching him the right way. He's learned to do this stuff safely. Blah blah blah. Kid goes up and blasts the school. Shut up. Shut up. With the amount of you guys that need to have a license to have kids, the fact that you think you don't need a license to be able to own guns is crazy. Some of y'all need to figure out if you're even able legally to be parents. Cause, yo, you know that Crumley kid? The one in Michigan who did that one in 2010, 20 or whatever it was? So, Thanksgiving, she walks in with the gift and hands him the weapon.
Yeah.
3 days later, he goes, he blasts the school.
Yeah.
3 days.
A whole 3 days.
All the mental health warnings, all the warnings from the teachers, all that shit, she still handed him the gun and he went and used it. And these parents had the audacity to say we were good parents. We did our job. Those parents, 1000%, I understood why they were found guilty.
Yeah.
This one, irrespective of how negligent I think he is by my own standards, that's very different than the standard for the law. That's why I'm not sure how that one's going to go. But it seems like they're going to prosecute. I'm going to be very curious to see how it goes. But the truth is this. We shouldn't even be having this conversation. Because this is just a symptom of a much larger problem. You have, in an unregulated manner, given all these adults who shouldn't have access to guns. And then you put them in charge of children that they don't even raise properly. So you got adults who probably shouldn't own these weapons, okay? Because we're talking about kids, it's negligent. How many times do I have to see a road rage incident where somebody pulls out a weapon? An argument with two people on the streets and they pull out their strap? How many times? I'm not even sure if the adults should own these weapons.
I'm not even sure these adults should own these kids.
It's crazy. But, we were just watching this from across the pond. I thought it was worth discussing because it is an interesting precedent for parents to be charged for their kids' crime. But, if you're their legal guardian and you are incredibly negligent, there's a real precedent for you to be charged for any bad behavior that they do. And I'm okay with that. I think parents should be held accountable. I don't think kids should just be something you have the right to and then not have a huge amount of responsibility in terms of raising them. And a lot of these parents either aren't able to or aren't willing to. And if that's the case, then you should be in prison for the fact that you didn't raise that kid any way. That's what I think.
My parents made me think that it was like that. That if I did something, they would go to prison. If I did something wrong, they would definitely go to prison. It's not necessarily like that, but that's what I always thought it would be. And you know what? I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I really don't disagree. Yeah. To a certain point. You know what I mean?
It's kind of wild that the kid who blasted up that school, his name was Colt.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That was just like a detail that kind of stuck up to me, and I was like, I think this dad knew what the fuck he was doing.
That's crazy.
Hey,
Let
us know what y'all think in the comments.
Lighting the way. Pushing my limits. Home is where the spark is. Banish the shadows. Keep believing.
Baby, don't tell me I'm wasting my time. Everything I do to make you mine. I know what to do, I'm out of mind. Our love is young, but it feels like there's no time. 3 a.m. walking the night full of stars. Getting by one less far through boulevards. Can't say I'm done, but for long I'ma run. This love is for stars, don't you know what happens with a falling star?
Everywhere
Love is for stars, but you know what happens with a falling star. This love is for stars, but you know what happens with a falling star.
we can do this. Shine bright.
Baby, don't tell me I'm wasting my time. You can buy everything, but you know it's a lie. 60 lines make me feel fine. Don't you know we're falling stars? They say life is like a movie. Happily ever after, but can we work this night together?
Lighting the way.
Until all the stars die. Can we act as lovers watching stars as we lay down?
Banish the
Happily
shadows.
ever after, but can we walk this night together?
Pushing my limits.
Happily ever after, but can we walk this night together?
Shine with me. Shine bright.
Baby, don't tell me I'm wasting my time. Everything I do to make you mine. I know what to do, I'm out of mind. Our love is young, but it feels like there's no time. 3 a.m. walking the night full of stars. Getting by one let's walk through boulevards. Can't say I'm done, but for long I'ma run. This love is for the stars, don't you know what happens with a falling star? This love is for the stars, don't you know what happens with a falling star? This love is for the stars, don't you know what happens with a falling star?
Because it's all like wrong.
I sprayed this handsome man down in bubblegum cologne. And although he is less than impressed, I am certain that he both looks and feels a heck of a lot better. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and the notification bell so you don't miss his adorable kittens that I'm grooming next week. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed The Brave Buddy.
Wow. Oh no. Don't get me on tentpole content. We can't start watching this regularly.
On to the next story from CNBC. Harris will beat Trump, says election prediction legend Alan Lichtman. And this is interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Nate Silver currently has it for Trump. That could change. Lichtman currently has it for Kamala Harris. This doesn't make sense. Now, Lichtman predicted accurately that Donald Trump would beat Hillary Clinton, and they made fun of him. They were like, you're crazy. He went through his prediction model and said Hillary Clinton is going to lose, and the media laughed and said she can't lose. Are you nuts? Now Lichtman is predicting that Kamala Harris will win. The only time he was wrong is when he predicted, I think it was Al Gore was going to win. I think he predicted Al Gore.
That's right.
But then it wasn't a normal election considering how it turned out. So some say since the 80s when he began this model, he's never been wrong. 2000 was an anomaly, so we don't count that. Maybe you should. I kind of feel like he's full of it. Let me show you. So they say the results are in. The Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris will defeat Republican rival Trump in the November 5th election, according to the historian named the Nostradamus of presidential elections. In his latest election prophecy, he, an American professor, blah, 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 is predicting Harris is going to win. The Democrats will hold on to the White House, and Kamala Harris will be the next president of the United States, Lichtman said in the video. At least that is my prediction for this race. His forecasts are based on a historical index model he dubs the keys to the White House. The way it works is, there are 13 true-false statements. If 6 or more of the statements are false, then the challenger, in this case Trump, is predicted to win. Here are the keys and his determinations. I gotta say, before I read his... Actually, let's do this. I'll read the keys to the White House. It is 1, party mandate. 2, no primary contest. 3, incumbent seeking re-election. 4, no third party. 5, strong short-term economy. 6, strong long-term economy. 7, major policy change. 8, no social unrest. 9, no scandal. 10, no foreign or military failure. 11, major foreign or military success. 12, charismatic incumbent. And 13 is uncharismatic challenger. Now, his determination is that only 3 of these statements are false, therefore Trump cannot win. But let's go through assessment. Party mandate. After the midterm elections, the incumbent party holds more seats in the U.S. House than it did after the previous midterm. False. That's good for Republicans. Contest. There is no serious contest for the incumbent party nomination. True. Whoa.
Yeah, I think you're onto something with this one.
Dean Phillips, RFK Jr., and you had a bunch of other kind of Marianne Williamson.
I mean, there were primaries that said not Joe Biden, right? Like there was also contest over in Minnesota and that's what I'm referencing. Yeah.
Well, even the whole thing with the uncommitted voters.
Yeah.
So this was very seriously contested. RFK Jr. was running for the Democratic ticket. They blocked him from it, so he turned independent.
He
was running.
filed lawsuits against him in every state.
Which a funny point he brought up is they kept suing him to keep his name off the ballot. Now they're suing him to keep his name on the ballot.
Right.
How about that? So he said.
I like how they mix all these groups together and all these cases together because it's all like the same. There's like, in the U.S., you remember when everyone went to court in that one courthouse and then they said guilty for everybody and then everybody also was not. It's just like...
For there is no serious contest for the incumbent party nomination. True. That's false. There was a serious contest for it. It was a matter of huge contention how they handled the primary to keep people out. So maybe his argument is, it doesn't matter. All that matters is the primary didn't happen. Perhaps his argument is, his model is not based on whether or not people were challenging him. It's based on whether or not there was an actual election where the incumbent almost lost.
So basically he's saying that because the incumbent party was so powerful and used lawfare so effectively, there was no primary.
I guess, which doesn't make sense. If the argument is, when there was a serious primary contest for the incumbent party nomination, it shows disdain for the current candidate.
Oh no, now we have to argue what the keys mean. Oh.
And many people...
Are the co-hosts as retarded as he is? She's like, is she the owner of the Babylon Bee or something? She's one of those people who's like, I'm liberal, but then thinks that all the left is evil and terrible and horrible. This girl is somebody I mix up constantly with that redheaded libertarian. She's just stupid. This guy, if he's on the show, he's stupid, so they're all stupid, yeah.
People were challenging him. It's based on whether or not there was an actual election where the incumbent almost lost.
So basically he's saying that because the incumbent party was so powerful and used lawfare so effectively, there was no primary.
I guess, which doesn't make sense. If the argument is, when there is a serious primary contest for the incumbent party nomination, it shows disdain for the current candidate, and many people won't vote. We absolutely have that in RFK Jr. So let's continue. Not to mention, the incumbent party victor of the primary is not the candidate. Like, let's make that clear. The guy who won the primary is not the candidate. So this is weird. Incumbency. The incumbent party candidate is the sitting president. False. Seems strange because it's right.
It is false, but this whole model seems to not acknowledge the fact that she is actually part of the incumbent administration.
Right.
I mean, when it works as if when they don't want her to be, when it would benefit the model, she isn't, and when it would hurt her or help her, like, you know, it kind of goes back and forth whether she's a part of this or not.
But like,
wait, what?
model, she is actually part of the incumbent administration.
Right.
I mean, when it works as if when they don't want her to be, when it would benefit the model, she isn't, and when it would hurt her or help her, like, you know, it kind of goes back and forth whether she's a part of this or not.
But like, we'll read it verbatim. She is not
I don't even know what she just said. Okay.
the sitting president. I don't know how many times that has happened. I don't think it's ever.
No, I
The
don't.
sitting president. Well, no. That's wrong. During elections where the president is termed out and the vice president is running, like say Al Gore or whatever, then this clearly becomes the issue. So let's just say, fine, we'll give him the false. It benefits Trump anyway. There is no significant third party or independent campaign. I'll actually agree that's true. Short-term economy. The economy is not in a recession during the election campaign. True. Full stop. Are we in a recession?
Yeah. If it feels like it, I don't know, it's not officially a recession, but
Exactly. So this is the question. You go around and ask people, as even Don Lemon did, who are you voting for? They say Trump. He says, why? He was in Atlantic City, and they were like, the economy. And Don Lemon's like, no, the economy's good. Well, people don't feel it. So the question is not, I don't think you can say, are we in a recession? I think the question is, do people feel bad economically? Because it's the economy, stupid.
Yeah, the other thing too is I was reading a report this morning. Groceries hit like an all-time high in July.
What did?
Groceries.
Prices for it.
Prices for groceries.
And people can feel it. Number 6 is long-term economy. Real per capita economic growth during the term equals or exceeds mean growth during the previous 2 terms. True. That was fine. That's an economic academic statement. I have no problem with that. The short-term economy, I think, would likely be false because people are feeling the heat. But you know what? We're not in a recession, so I'll give that one. So let's just say that so far we have 1 is false, 2 is false, 3 is false. We have 3, so it's 3 more policy change. This one's fascinating. The incumbent administration affects major changes in national policy. True. What?
I don't have dark secrets.
It was some of the most major legislation passed in any administration in how long? How is he even going to argue with this? Sorry, he just said, this is fascinating. He does so many random fillers like this. I need to do this more.
A recession, so I'll give that one. So let's just say that so far we have 1 is false, 2 is false, 3 is false. We have 3, so it's 3 more policy change. This one's fascinating. The incumbent administration affects major changes in national policy.
Fascinating. Sorry, muted. My bad.
Kamala Harris is not off. The incumbent administration affects major changes in national policy. True. What? Kamala Harris is not offering any change. The Inflation Reduction Act already happened. The policies that they've proposed, they've enacted. What change would they possibly bring about as the same administration? I think.
Wait, is he not reading this correctly? The incumbent administration effects major changes in national policy. The incumbent admin did cause major changes in national policy. Or is he saying because she shouldn't count as an incumbent? Or
So we have 3, so it's 3 more policy change. This is fascinating. The incumbent administration affects major changes in national policy. True. What? Kamala Harris is not offering any change. The Inflation Reduction Act already happened. The policies that they've proposed, they've enacted. What change would they possibly bring about as the same administration? I think what he's playing here is he's treating this as though the vice president taking over is as if a 2-term president is termed out and an ambitious VP is taking over. It's the same administration.
Yeah, and also the one thing that where I would say that they are attempting to affect change isn't actually working, and it's certainly not working in any sort of public way, which is they're trying to pull back on this border after letting in, I think even the New York Times says 9 million people over the past couple of years, and Marjorie Taylor Greene says 20, right? So there's a big difference, but they're trying to affect some kind of change with the amnesty program. They put a pause on their parole program to allow in, 30,000 extra people per month from, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, and Haiti, they're trying to do that, but it's not actually working because you still have, a lot of reports of crimes committed by illegal immigrants, like really violent ones, child rape and things.
Do we all agree that's false?
Yeah, I think it's false.
He said true. I believe if Kamala wins, it is stagnant, same policies.
I'm guessing this has to do with if the current admin, if the incumbent administration has done really big things for the national policy, which they clearly have. That's what this is about. I don't know why he's making this into a prediction. I don't know.
The war advances. The border doesn't change. She's the border czar. He put true. That makes literally no sense. There's no major change in national policy should she win. False. That's 4. False. It's 2 more and Trump wins.
And talking about the immigration, it's like when you look at the Biden administration, they're essentially playing a shell game when every time you see, immigration, like illegal immigration or visas are going down, well, they're just routing it through a different legal process. So it's like immigration.
Like kind of how the money was routed through shell companies for Timcast?
It's not going down. They're just playing a massive shell game, moving these numbers around.
All right, so 8, social unrest. There is no sustained social unrest during the term. I don't know that we have sustained social unrest, so I'll call that true. That's fine. This is my favorite.
I would argue we are close to sustained social unrest with the past.
Actually, fair point.
You know what I mean?
They're back on campuses.
And they're protesting.
Back on campus.
And they're protesting him.
They're going nuts.
And Kamala.
Heard.
Okay, so that's 5 false. That's a good point. They've been protesting nonstop.
I want to say, what was
That's social unrest? Okay.
it, like 100,000 Palestinian protesters in Chicago at the DNC?
Yeah.
Like it was like just watching the videos, it was shocking to see just the
So
speed.
absolutely, I was wrong on that
We're
one.
weeks away from the year anniversary of that. So that seems sustained to me.
There is sustained. So that's 5. Number 9, scandal. The incumbent administration is untainted by major scandal. True. What? The president was ousted in the 11th hour as the whole media said they were secretly withholding information about his cognitive cumulative decline. That's the incumbent administration. That's not just Kamala Harris. That's 6 Trump wins. But there's more. Incumbent charisma. The incumbent party candidate is charismatic or a national hero. False. I would agree with that. That's 7. Now here's an interesting one. Challenger charisma. The challenging party candidate is not charismatic or a national hero. True. So, this is interesting. Trump is charismatic, but he's also widely hated.
He's widely hated. On the other hand, he is obviously charismatic. He built a whole career in TV before he ever got anywhere. I mean, he just survived an assassination attempt. I'm sorry.
That's 8. And then, guess what? Number 12, foreign military failure. The incumbent administration suffers no major failure in foreign or military affairs. Holy crap. The Abby Gates scandal is breaking now with the Gold Star families criticizing heavily the Biden administration and Harris for besmirching their name for insulting Trump when they invited him. Not to mention Afghanistan was a major failure. Not to mention Israel is resulting in massive protests. That's 9. And last but not least, foreign military success. The incumbent administration achieves a major success in foreign or military affairs. False. That's 10 for Trump. How is this guy making these assessments? Maybe he's right. Maybe what he's actually doing is sitting there and he's being like, you know, I'm going to lie because the deep state's going to give it to Harris or whatever. Or maybe the news media for the first time has become so broken that this guy watching CNN doesn't understand reality. And so he genuinely thinks he's being correct on this. And it's not a fault of his system, it's a fault of where he gets his information.
Well, you mentioned with Al Gore that was sort of an anomalous race, and I think similarly, maybe he is not able to judge how unusual this race is with the insertion of Kamala Harris. I mean, some of these metrics almost seem like they don't apply because when they reference the incumbent being, you know, not charismatic, which incumbent are we talking about? The incumbent vice president or the incumbent president? You know what I mean? Like, it's just a weird situation.
She brings up a really good point. I think that one of the weakest things is the fact that the only thing that Alan Lichtman has ever said is this 13-point list posted on CNBC. I think that the Lichtman guy is like fucked up really bad in that he hasn't given any public commentary on this. He hasn't done any interviews. He hasn't posted any videos. He hasn't written any articles. He hasn't done any op-eds for anybody. He hasn't posted any information online. Like the fact that he just did, this 120-word list basically here on CNBC. Yeah, it was a huge issue. We have no idea what he's thinking or what insight we could possibly get into his mind for any of these things. So, yeah. But at least we have this panel to fill us in on what he's likely thinking. Yeah.
In several major scandals, there's been the classified documents scandal. There was the Hunter Biden, laptop scandal.
Literally right now.
There's Hunter Biden pleading guilty. There was cocaine in the White House scandal. There was,
scandal. So
Biden
many
getting
scandals.
pushed out at the last second scandal. There've been a lot of scandals and things like.
That's a lot of
Not to
scandals.
mention just total policy failures that have been a really big problem that people have noticed. You have the border situation. That's a really giant disaster. If we remember going back to 2019 and 2020,
Please remember the border and the assassination attempt. Please don't forget it.
You started to see, as soon as Biden started making a really big play for the White House, you started to see would-be illegal border crossers lining up south of the border wearing like "Thank You Biden" t-shirts. They all knew the drill. It had been telegraphed to them. Everybody was aware of it. You had like countless administration officials held before Congress. You had Mayorkas outright lying. He said from the briefing room, I remember watching it, like, we're not saying don't come, we're saying don't come now, let us get our system together. And then he lied to Josh Hawley and said that he hadn't said that. And it's like, well, you did kind of totally say that. You had the vaccine mandate push, and then you had, concerns were raised about that, rightly or wrongly. And then you also had, like, lockdowns. That was a problem. You had the enforcement on the states. So I think that there have been a lot of school closures. That was an issue. And you had literally the Biden administration being told by teachers unions that were funding the campaign, this is what we want you to do with schools once you're in office. And that wasn't the only thing.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show live Monday through Friday.
Oh, God. Me, after the Russia. Expose, how it feels to be right. True.
Audiovisual set for the lecture hall. What for? For the lecture. Lecture. Dr. Wetter's lecture.
Trump press conference from today.
So, thank you very much, everybody.
Do you personally think illegal immigration? I think you're missing something there. It seems like Dems have just given up trying to convince people that no, not all immigrants are gang rape murderers. I don't know how much people care about it right now. The Republicans can only yank that chain so many times before people kind of stop caring. And I feel like they yanked it a little bit too early. But maybe they can bring it up again in a month or whatever. Maybe they can get another caravan coming.
For being here. This is a long and complicated web and story, but it all goes back to the DOJ and Kamala and Sleepy Joe and all the rest of them.
Wait, does this have to do with the? Somebody said this is a rape case, a civil. If it's a civil rape case, what the fuck does that do with the DOJ?
We have a whole rigged election system. Nobody's ever seen anything like what's happening. Now I understand. Yesterday they're bringing up Russia again. That they've done for years. Never found anything. But they should be looking at China.
Really? Never found anything? You sure about that?
Iran. Lots of other places. I haven't spoken to anybody from Russia in years. They know that, but it's a scam. But it all goes back to the DOJ because we had a trial today. It's an appeal of a ridiculous verdict of a woman I have never met. I don't know. I have no idea who she is. She wrote a book and she made a ridiculous story up. She put it in her book. And we're now appealing the decision. We had an extremely hostile judge appointed by Clinton, very good friends of Clinton. I guess he presided over the marriage ceremony of one of the lawyers on the case against us. And it's very sad. Judge Lewis Kaplan, angry man. He was so angry. I went to the trial. I've been in a lot of litigation over the years. I've never seen such anger, or wanted to throw one of our attorneys in jail. We threatened her with jail. Nobody's ever seen anything like it over nothing. I've never seen such anger, but all of our judges, I mean, we had a brilliant judge, and I think a very fair judge in Florida. I think we have another judge who's very fair. I just ask for fair. I don't want anything different from anybody else. I just ask for fairness. We have another judge or a couple of judges that I think are fair. Then we have other judges that I think the whole thing is, I think the system is a disgrace. The case that we met on today, and then we're going to talk about job numbers, which are horrible, by the way, horrible, like really bad. And you know that. I'm sure you won't report on it, but the job numbers are terrible. We're going to talk about the appeal today. We had a great appellate lawyer go down representing us. And I think John did a very good job. You have a matter of minutes to speak. It's a very complex thing because it was a setup, a rigged deal. They had two witnesses. And before I start, I have no idea who this woman is. They have a picture from, they say, about 40 years ago, a picture. And the picture depicts her and her husband on a celebrity line where I was the celebrity. I was been a celebrity for a long time. And they were shaking my hands along with hundreds of other people. Nobody even knows where it is. The problem is she doesn't know the date of this incident. She doesn't know when. She doesn't know, was it in the 90s? Could it have been further than that? She has no idea when. And people do that because you don't want to give a specific date and then you find out that Trump or whoever it was in Europe. So they tend to do that. They take long periods so that this way, hopefully he was in New York at that time. But this is a disgraceful case, and disgraceful in particular because it's about a former president of the United States who is now leading in the polls to be the president again. And this is being worked with the DOJ, Department of Justice, as are all of these cases. They all come out. Atlanta, Fani, that is all Department of Justice. Nobody knew that. The case with Judge Engoron, the most overturned judge in the state, that is very close because they sent their team from the DOJ to help him. The district attorney, Alvin Bragg, that was all worked with. Again, they sent a top operative from the department, from the DOJ, Department of, I call it the Department of Injustice, because they're using the Department of Justice to rig the campaign. These cases are disgraceful. Now, they're brought, for the most part, in front of very hostile areas where Republicans get 3 or 4%, like downtown Manhattan, in front of very hostile judges, like hostile like you wouldn't believe. Judge Merchan, Judge Engoron, and Judge Kaplan, all of them hostile areas and very, very hostile judges. I've never seen anything like it. And very bad thing in this case, New York, very bad thing for New York. Businesses won't come to New York because of what took place with Judge Engoron. I can tell you that. And probably the rest of them also. But this case involved a woman who wrote a book, and I guess she said something in the book. That's when I first heard about it. I first heard about it in the White House. And of course, I denied it.
Someone said, I know you don't have time to go over it, but the civil case is crazy. She sued him and got like $5 million for defamation. After she accused him of rape, he called her a liar and a nasty woman. And then Trump couldn't shut the fuck up about it, so she sued him again and got another $80 million. One of the jurors was a Tim Pool listener and still found Trump liable. Is that true?
The story, because it's not true. I have no idea who the woman is, and I never met her. Now, I don't know about a picture that was taken 40 years ago with her husband on a celebrity line, so I don't think that counts. But as far as I know, I never met her. I never touched her.
He's still talking? Yeah, there's like the infinite money glitch. Is he gonna get sued again?
I would have had no interest in meeting her in any way, shape, or form. Her husband was a news anchor, actually, John Johnson, a very nice guy. She called him horrible things. We weren't allowed to say that in the trial. She said horrible things about him. I guess they're since divorced. He's a very nice guy, African American, and she said very bad things. We weren't allowed to use that in the trial, which surprised a lot of people. But she made up a story, fabricated 100%, that I attacked her at Bergdorf Goodman. You know, it's very interesting. I don't think they were allowed to use this either. Her favorite show is Law and Order. And there's a almost exact story as her story in Law and Order about being attacked in the dressing room of a department store. I don't know if they used the name of the store. But that's her favorite show, Law and Order. She said that. And anyway, this evolved into a defamation case against me because I disputed her words because I told the truth. We were called, I was in the White House, and I said, no, it never happened. I didn't even know what they were talking about. I was in the Oval Office. Sir, do you know anything about this? And this had to do with the book, and she had a few pages in a book making this claim. By the way, there was never a claim. There was never a police report. There was never anything mentioned. There was never publicity 30 or 40 years ago, whenever it took place. Nobody knows. She doesn't know when it took place. When did it take place? She has no idea. She thinks it was in the 1990s. She thinks it was in the 1990s. And the judge, we had 2 trials. We asked for a consolidation. He said no. The reason he said no is he'd rather have double the publicity because that's bad for me. Very bad, because I'm running for president. And this is not the kind of publicity you like. And whether it's true or not, it's horrible. And in this case, it's so false. It's a made-up, fabricated story by somebody, I think, initially just looking to promote a book. And when they called me, I denied the story. I got sued essentially for defamation because I'm denying the story. Well, I'm right. I should be suing her for defamation. So that's where it is. Now, there were two witnesses. One is a woman who's followed me for years. She said in 1979, I was in an airplane with her, commercial flight, and we became very intimate. I just sat down. I think I had the book, The Art of the Deal. I was famous
On
then,
the
too.
plane,
I've been
or?
famous for a long time. And we're sitting in first class, according to her. Never happened, by the way. Totally made up story. She's a Clinton person, too, by the way. Big Clinton person. She made up the story. And so many years ago, and I think it would be 1979, one of my many people behind me could correct it, but I think she said 1979, that's a long time ago. And I sat down. I believe I had some pretty big success then, and I was being talked about a lot. Maybe The Art of the Deal was out, sometime after that, I'm not sure. But I was well known. And passengers are coming into the plane. And she said I was making out with her. And then, after 15 minutes, and then she changed her story a couple of times, maybe it was quicker, that I grabbed her at a certain part, and that was when she had enough. Now, so think of the impracticality of this. I'm famous. I'm in a plane. People are coming into the plane. And I'm looking at a woman, and I grab her, and I start kissing her and making it.
That's the chances of, like, the idea of somebody just grabbing somebody, that does sound kind of crazy. Just because he's what? Because he's famous? What is the implication that they just like let you do it? Or I mean that's kind of far-fetched, right? Like,
And I failed. I'll admit it. I did try and fuck her. She was married.
Huge news there.
No, Nancy. No, this was, and I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch. But I couldn't get there, and she was married. And all of a sudden, I got the big pony clips and everything. She's totally changed her look. I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing her. It's like a magnet. I just kiss. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. Grab them by the pussy. Grab them by the pussy. Grab them by
thanks for playing with over there. What a dog. He doubles down on these remarks in deposition case. Wait, what?
It's true with stars that they can grab women by the.
That's what it's. If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not all.
How long is this deposition?
It's true with stars that they can grab women by the.
Well, that's what it's. If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true. Unfortunately or fortunately.
Why would you say unfortunately or fortunately? Wait, what?
Consider yourself to be a star.
I think you can say that. She's accusing me of rape. A woman that I have no idea who she is. It came out of the blue. She's accusing me of rape, of raping her. The worst thing you can do, the worst charge. And you know it's not true too. You're a political operative also. You're a disgrace. But she's accusing me, and so are you, of rape, and it never took place. And I will tell you, I made that statement, and I said, while it's politically incorrect, she's not my type. And that's 100% true. She's not my type. This ridiculous situation that we're doing right now is a big fat hoax. She's a liar, and she's a sick person, in my opinion. Really sick. Something wrong with her.
And by the early 1990s, would it be fair to call you or to characterize you as a real estate tycoon?
Yeah.
Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue, that was completed in 1983?
Rather heavy.
And when did you move into your penthouse apartment?
Maybe a year later.
And that remains your primary residence until you were elected president, correct?
That's right.
And where's Trump Tower located? I have to know.
57th and 5th.
And at some point, you became the owner of the Plaza Hotel in New York, correct?
Yes.
And where's the Plaza Hotel located?
59th off 5th Avenue.
And for how long were you the owner with Ron? During what years were you the owner of the Plaza Hotel?
I don't know these. About 5 years.
Do you know when it began, when you bought it?
In the early 90s.
Now, in the 80s and 90s, is it fair to say you had a busy social life?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you'd have to define social life. I wouldn't say that busy. I was working very hard, so I didn't have time to be too much onto the social calendar. But yeah.
Well, let me try to phrase it quickly. In the evenings during that period, you went out quite a bit in New York City to benefits, galas, etc.
A lot of charity events, yes, but I don't think that much. No.
So, in the period in the 80s and 90s, you already discussed you would go to benefits and parties. And is it fair to say that a lot of those parties, there would be or benefits, there would be kind of a photography line either at the beginning or throughout the event?
Yes.
And that people would take photographs like Getty images and then put them out. And this is another Getty images turnout. And is it fair to say that this document indicates that you were the Grand Marshal of the New York City Veterans Day Parade on November 10, 1995 in New York City?
Yes.
Similarly true that during this same period you made appearances on television, correct?
Yes.
Sitting here today, can you recall any TV interviews that you did that you remember?
I did everything.
When you say everything, give me some examples of the
I did the late night shows. I did the newscasts. I even did some of the political shows on Sunday, even though I wasn't really in politics as I am now. But they wanted me to do that, and I did that. They'd asked me to do them all the time. So I did quite a bit of television.
I think you already answered this question, but just for the record, so did you watch the program Good Morning America from time to time in this period of the late 1980s to the mid-1990s?
A little bit.
Did you appear on the Today Show during this period?
Yes.
Same question, did you watch the Today Show during this period?
A little bit.
And during this period, did you have any friends in the television industry who worked in the television industry?
Probably. I wasn't much involved at that point in the television industry, but I probably did.
Anyone come to mind right now?
Maybe Bob Wright.
Who's Bob Wright?
He was the head of NBC, I think, at that time.
What about Roger Ailes? When did you become friends with Roger?
Later.
Constantly?
More in the 7-8 year ago period.
What years were you married to your first wife, Ivana Trump?
So, about 78 to...
Just as a quick thing, okay? And especially, and I'm not trying to pull an age card here, okay? But especially if you're like 18, 19, 20, and you hear something where somebody's like, Joe Biden didn't even remember when his son died. Like, you don't really catalog years like that in your head. When you're really young, every single important year of your life is indexed pretty hard to like where you're at for school. Like, oh, I met her when I was a freshman in college. That's 18, 19. I made that new friend as soon as we went to high school when I was like 14, right? But once you're past and out of school, like whether you're 30, 35, 45, 50, 55, like the year is kind of, it's harder to know exactly when things happen. The only reason I'm pointing this out is because when Biden didn't know the exact year that his son died, everybody used it as evidence. Like, oh my God, he's senile, he's gone. How can you not have this like indexed in your mind forever? How can you not know this forever? Trump doesn't have any idea when he married his first wife. Like, but conservatives don't even talk about this, right? Nobody cares. Yeah, I don't know.
More in the 7-8 year ago period.
What years were you married to your first wife, Ivana Trump?
So, about 78 to the early 90s.
Your next wife was a woman by the name of Marla Maples?
Right.
And sitting here today, do you recall what years you were married to Ms. Maples?
I'd have to get the exact dates for you. I can do that very easily.
In the course
absolutely no idea. Right?
of your dating life and your married life, did you have occasion to buy gifts for women you were seeing?
Not much, actually.
Well,
I mean, if it was a birthday or something, I guess, yeah.
And other than birthday presents, did you buy gifts for women you were dating?
I mean, it's possible, but I don't think very much, no.
I take it you bought gifts for your wives for their birthdays?
Yes, generally.
And I take it you bought gifts for women you were dating?
You know, probably.
At least in your first marriage, you were seeing women outside of your marriage while you were married, correct?
I don't know.
Well, you were very public about the fact that you were seeing Ms. Maples and were still married to Ivana Trump, no?
No, I don't think I was public about it.
Well, there were many articles about it at the time, correct?
No, I don't think I was public about it. No, I don't think I was public about it at all.
Yeah, isn't it true that you were seeing Ms. Maples before you were divorced from Donald Trump?
I don't know. It was toward the end of the marriage, so I don't know really. It could be a lap
Towards the end of a marriage, I have no idea.
over, but I don't really know.
Do you ever have occasion to go to the department store Bergdorf Goodman?
Very rarely.
You say very rarely. Can you give me more detail? How rarely?
Almost for me, almost never. It's very rarely go there.
When you went there, what do you recall shopping for?
I don't know. It's possible I was there, but I don't know that I ever shopped there for myself.
So when you shopped there for yourself, to the extent you went there, you were shopping for others?
I don't think I ever shopped for others. It's possible that one or both of my wives shopped there a little bit, but I don't remember ever buying something for myself at Bergdorf. I went there very seldom, almost if ever.
Then let's limit it to Bergdorf. Bergdorf was pretty close to Trump Tower and very close to the Trump Hotel, correct?
That's right.
I'm handing you a document that's been marked as DJT18. It bears the base range Carol 24378 through 24385. Did that find you?
Yeah.
Sitting here today, do you recognize this document?
No.
I will represent to you that this is the excerpt from Ms. Carroll's book that was published in New York Magazine originally online, on June 21, 2019.
Okay.
At any point in time, did you read this article?
Excuse me?
Did you ever read this article?
No, I don't believe I did.
I'm giving you a book. It's marked as DJT19. It's a book by E. Jean Carroll. It says, What Do We Need Men For? And if you look at the publication date, it says first edition, July 2019. How about that? You have the book in front of you. I'm sitting here today, sir. Have you ever read either this book?
Hey, Destiny, big fan. Just curious if you're going to continue to duck Rob until after the election, or if you'll finish that convo you rage quit on. The 5.5-hour conversation that went an hour past when he said he had to go? Well, I can debate Rob literally anytime I want. I mean, hold on. Let me debate him right now. 1 second. Let's see. Where do you go? Claude? Is it www. Who do I type the AI questions to?
Book in its entirety or any portion of the book?
No, never have. I've never seen the book.
Okay. You responded publicly to Ms. Carroll's allegations on the same day that the excerpt was published in New York Magazine, which was June 21, 2019, correct?
I think so.
Let's take a look at that. So what we've handed you as DJT20 is a blown up, for legibility purposes, version of a tweet posted by a woman by the name of Laura Littman at 5:17 p.m. on June 21st, 2019. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
The statement that is in this tweet, is this a statement that you gave?
I mean, essentially, that's what I said.
If you could read that statement into the record. It says, statement from President Donald J. Trump. Regarding the quote, story, unquote, by E. Jean Carroll, claiming she once encountered me at Bergdorf Goodman 23 years ago, I've never met this person in my life. She is trying to sell a new book that should indicate her motivation. It should be sold in the fiction section. Shame on those who make up false stories of assault to try to get publicity for themselves or sell a book or carry out a political agenda, like Julie Swetnick, who falsely accused Justice Brett Kavanaugh. It's just as bad for people to believe it, particularly when there is zero evidence. Worse still, for a dying publication to try to prop itself up by peddling fake news. It's an epidemic. Ms. Carroll in New York Magazine, no pictures, no surveillance, no videos, no reports, no sales attendants around, question mark. I would like to thank Bergdorf Goodman for confirming they have no video footage of any such incident because it never happened. False accusations diminish the severity of real assault. All should condemn false accusations and any actual assault in the strongest possible terms. If anyone has information that the Democratic Party is working with Ms. Carroll or New York Magazine, please notify us as soon as possible. The world should know what's really going on. It's a disgrace, and people should pay dearly for such false accusations. Is that what you have in front of you?
Yeah.
And I think you've already confirmed that this is a statement that you gave to someone on your staff to give to the press. Let's mark as DJT21, a document bearing the base range. DJT21, this is the next one. DJT21, a document bearing the base range MP 1795 through MP, through MP 1807. You have that in front of you?
Yeah.
And these are statements that were put out when you were President of the United States?
Yeah.
And if you look at the top the address of the email, it says under that, remarks by President Trump before Marine One departure.
Yes.
Marine One is a helicopter?
Yes.
And if you look where it shows you speaking about halfway, 2/3 way down the document, it says, the very first thing you say, so we're going to Camp David.
Yes.
So am I correct in interpreting this as this is a statement you made while boarding or getting on to Marine One?
Looks like it.
To go to Camp David?
It looks like it.
Let's go now to the third statement, which we're going to mark as, this one I can do, DJ222. You have in front of you, sir, a document, 5-page document. The first page says in bold type, Exclusive, Trump vehemently denies E. Jean Carroll allegations, says she's not my type. It's from a publication known as The Hill. It's dated June 24th, 2019, and it's attributed to the gentleman Jordan Fabian, and or maybe not the gentleman, right? It's attributed to two people, Jordan Fabian and Cigar and Genty. You see that?
Yes.
So this is 2 days after the last statement we're looking at, which was on June 22nd. Do you recall having an interview with reporters from The Hill on June 24th, 2019?
Vaguely, yes.
And do you recall where that interview took place?
I think it was in the Oval Office.
And you're quoted just below that paragraph as saying as follows, and this one I'll read. I'll say it with great respect. Number one, she's not my type. Number two, it never happened. It never happened, okay? And then the reporters say, the president said while seated behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. See that?
Yes, I did.
And the statement that I just read that said, begins, I'll say it with great respect. That was a statement that you made to the reporters for The Hill on June 24, 2019, correct?
Yes.
And same set of questions. I take it, sir, that you stand by that statement today?
Yes, I do.
So before you made your statements that it never happened in 2019, did you or anyone on your staff reach out to anyone at Bergdorf Goodman?
I didn't have to reach out to anybody because it didn't happen. And by the way, if it did happen, it would have been reported within minutes. Talking about going to a major floor, probably, I assume, the most important floor, a major floor in a major department store. That's a very busy store, by the way. And checkout counters and everything else. And I would be in there. I mean, it's the most ridiculous, disgusting story. It's just made up.
After you made the statements that you made in June 2019, did you or anyone working for you reach out to Bergdorf Goodman?
After the statement was made, no.
In your June 21 statement that's marked as Exhibit 20, you say, and this is the Lippman tweet, I never met this person in my life.
Yeah.
Was that a true statement when you made it on June 21, 2019?
It was a true statement when I made it. I think subsequently, or at some point, they showed a picture on a receiving. I was on a celebrity line for a charity, and I think I was either shaking her hand or her husband's hand on a receiving line. I shake a lot of hands with people, but I had no idea who she was.
So if I can understand your testimony, sir, you're saying at the time you made the statement that's in DJT 20, you were not aware of ever having met Ms. Carroll. You'll since seen a photograph that shows you with Ms. Carroll on a receiving line.
Along with a lot of other people.
What do you think of Nate Silver saying Trump is likely to win the Electoral College? I don't know. I don't follow Nate Silver at all anymore. I have no idea.
It was a very public, I think it was a charity or a celebrity event or something. And I think that's her big claim to fame, you know, that she shook my hand at some celebrity event.
So the answer to my question is yes, that after you made the statement, you became aware that there was a photo of you with Ms. Carroll in a receiving line, correct?
At some point, I saw there was a photo on a receiving line, yes.
Okay, let's mark the photo. What number are we at? What? You have in front of you a black and white photograph that was marked as DJT 23. And I'm going to ask you, is this the photo that you were just referring to?
I think so, yes.
And do you recall when you first saw this photo?
At some point during the process, I saw. That's, I guess her husband, John Johnson, who was an anchor for ABC, nice guy. I thought, I mean, I don't know him, but I thought he was pretty good at what he did. I don't even know who the woman. Let's see, I don't know who. It's Marla.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla. Yeah. It's my wife.
Which one in 22?
Here. Oh, sorry.
I see.
Who's that?
And the woman on the right?
Were they allowed to use this in court as evidence? How does it actually? Wait, how does a deposition get into court? Is a deposition ever entered into the record for jurors? Like, can you read off what was said in a deposition, or do you have to bring the witness back onto the stand and then basically ask them the same questions that you asked them in the deposition to enter it into the record? The jury was shown the entire thing. Can you explain what happened? Well, it's a bit of a spoiler alert, but it sounds like
You say Marla's in this photo?
So I think later on, I think he says that like Jean Carroll is so ugly or so whatever that it's not his type, that he would have nothing to do with her. And then when he's given a piece of paper and he is asked if he can identify it on this photo, he points to Marla, his wife.
That's Marla. That's my wife.
Which one are you pointing to now?
Here.
But that's not actually Marla, his wife. It's fucking Carol, the woman that he said would be too ugly for him to ever want to fuck. It's so fucking stupid. I didn't even know what his ex-wife looked like.
Okay. Who's that?
And the woman on the right is your then wife?
I don't know. This is the picture. I assume that's John Johnson. Is that Carol? Because it's very blurry.
Now, in your June 21 statement, which is
He raped her on accident. He thought she was his wife.
in your June 21 statement, which is DJT 20, you said that Ms. Carroll was trying to sell a new book, and that you said shame on those who make up false stories and assault to try to get publicity for themselves or sell a book.
No. Correct.
Before you made that statement, did you have any knowledge, one way or the other, of the financial arrangements between Ms. Carroll and the publisher of the book?
No.
Did you even know who her publisher was?
No.
Did you ever see the...
Wait.
Make up false stories and assault, trying to sell a new book, and that you said shame on those who make up false stories and assault to try to get publicity for themselves or sell a book.
No. Correct.
Before you made that statement, did you have any knowledge, one way or the other, of the financial arrangements between Ms. Carroll and the publisher of the book?
No.
Did you even know who her publisher was?
No.
Did you ever see the book contract?
No.
Oh, I'm wondering, like, why the fuck are you, why are you answering this question? But it's a civil case. He has to. You can't plead the fifth in a civil case, or you can, but you're just gonna fuck yourself.
Do you know anything about Ms. Carroll's financial situation?
No.
Did you know anything about her expected book sales?
No idea.
Before you made the statement that appears in DJT 20, do you know whether you or anyone working for you did any research?
Destiny had no idea about the AI shit during the debate, so rage quitting didn't have to do with that in the slightest. It's absolutely embarrassing. I'm a Destiny fan. What? I literally called him out for the AI shit in the middle of the debate, Trey Jones. Were you not watching the debate? Also, I like the I'm a Destiny fan when you're some conservative dick suck in here trying to pretend otherwise. Did you not watch? You didn't even watch the debate. Why the fuck are you even talking in chat like you did?
On Ms. Carroll. DJT 20, do you know whether you or anyone working for you did any research on Ms. Carroll?
I just don't know. It's possible somebody, when they heard this horrible accusation, it's possible that somebody did a little quick research, but not that I know.
Another thing that you say in your June 21 statement is that Ms. Carroll was trying to carry out a political agenda. Before issuing your statement in June 21, did you learn what political party Ms. Carroll belonged?
Bro, how could he ever win this case ever? Wait, is this deposition for the rape case, or was it rape plus defamation, or was it just defamation, or what was the?
I didn't know that.
Before you issued your June 21 statement, did you have any documents indicating that she was pursuing a political agenda?
No.
Like, why would you even go to court on this case? Why would you not settle this? The other party would have settled, right? It's a defamation case plus it's in front of a jury. Why would you not just settle this? Did Trump's team not want to settle, or did Carroll really want to go in front of a jury? Does anybody know? Trump on election night said we need to stop the count. Do you like using that talking point in debates? I think it's a pretty big one, yeah.
At the end of your statement, your June 21 statement, you say, if anyone has information that the Democratic Party is working with Ms. Carroll or New York Magazine, please notify us as soon as possible. Did anyone ever notify?
No.
Sitting here today, you can't recall.
Oh, bro, this is the same as a J6 shit. He's just a fucking liar. Liar. He just lies. He just lies. He just lies. I'm gonna rip this part. That's just. He just lies.
Who's the picture?
In your June 21 statement is that before issuing your statement on June 21, did you learn what political party Ms. Carroll belonged?
I didn't know that.
Before you issued your June 21 statement, did you have any documents indicating that she was pursuing a political agenda?
No.
At the end of your statement, your June 21 statement, you say, if anyone has information that the Democratic Party is working with Ms. Carroll or New York Magazine, please notify us as soon as possible. Did anyone ever notify you?
I don't know.
Sitting here today, you can't recall anyone who notified you?
I don't know. No.
One of the other things that you said about Ms. Carroll at the time appears in your June 24 statement, which is DJT 22. And what you said there is, I'll say it with great respect, number one, she's not my type. When you said that Ms. Carroll was not your type, you meant that she was not your type physically, right?
I saw her in a picture. I didn't know what she looked like. And I said it, and I say it with as much respect as I can, but she is not my type.
And again, when you say type, you just refer to looking at photos, so you mean physically she's not your type.
Physically, she's not my type, and now that I've gotten indirectly to hear things about her, she wouldn't be my type in any way, shape, or form.
But when you were talking back on June 24th, you were referring to her not being your type physically.
I saw a photo of her, and the only difference between me and other people is I'm honest. She's not my type.
I take it the three women you've married are all your type.
Yeah.
What is True Social?
It's a platform that's been opened by me as an alternative to Twitter.
And your handle on True Social is @Neil Donald Trump?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, on October 12th, just a few days ago, you issued a statement on True Social about Ms. Carroll and his case, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And the statement that you posted, who wrote that statement?
I did.
You yourself? Did you post the statement yourself?
Yes.
And in addition to posting the statement on True Social, you also sent it to the press.
Yes, it's called Truth and Post. We post much like, how would you say, we put out a statement and we also put it on Truth.
Okay, let's look at the statement. Let's mark it as, what's my next number? DJT 28. Okay, so this one,
I can't read it.
Well, we have a blown up version. Let's mark it as 28 and 28A. So what we have in front of you as DJT 28, sir, is the post as it appeared on True Social on October 12, 2022, and a blown up version, because we appreciate the reading. The type is very small. A blown up version that should be more legible. You have
I can
both
see
of
it,
those? Okay. So it says October 12, 2022, statement by Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. This, quote, Ms. Bergdorf Goodman case is a complete con job. And our legal system in this country, and our legal system in this country, but especially in New York State, just look at Peekaboo James, is a broken disgrace. You have to fight for years and spend a fortune in order to get your reputation back from liars, cheaters, and hacks. This decision is from the judge who was just overturned on my same case. I don't know this woman, have no idea who she is, other than it seems she got a picture of me many years ago with her husband shaking my hand on the reception line of a celebrity charity event. She completely made up a story that I met her at the doors of this crowded New York City department store and within minutes swooned her. Swooned is in quotes. It is a hoax and a lie, just like all the other hoaxes that have been played on me for the past 7 years. And while I'm not supposed to say it, I will. This woman is not my type! Exclamation point. She has no idea what day, what week, what month, what year, or what decade this so-called event, in quotes, supposedly took place. The reason she doesn't know is because it never happened, and she doesn't want to get caught up with details or facts that could be proven wrong. If you watch Anderson Cooper's interview with her, where she was promoting a really crummy book, you will see that it is a complete scam. She changed her story from beginning to end after the commercial break to suit the purposes of CNN and Andy Cooper. Our justice system is broken, along with almost everything else in our country. Her lawyer is a political operative and Cuomo crony who goes around telling people that the way to beat Trump is to sue him all over the place. She is suing me on numerous frivolous cases, just like this one, and the court system does nothing to stop it. In the meantime, and for the record, Eugene Carroll was not telling the truth, is a woman I had nothing to do with, didn't know, and would have no interest in knowing her if I ever had the chance. Now all I have to do is go through years more of legal nonsense in order to clear my name of her and her lawyer's phony attacks on me. This can only happen through quote-unquote Trump exclamation point. Did I read that correctly?
Great sir.
And now you've heard it again and haven't found you again confirm that you wrote the whole thing yourself.
I wrote it all myself. All myself.
Now, at the beginning of your post, the reference Ms. Bergdorf Goodman is a reference to Ms. Carroll, right?
That's right.
Now, when you say in here, I don't know this woman and have no idea who she is, even though you're using the present tense, you're referring back to your knowledge as of when she first made the allegation.
I still don't know this woman. I think she's a whack job. I have no idea. I don't know anything about this woman other than what I read in stories and what I hear. I know nothing about her.
Okay, well, I guess the distinction I'm trying to make, sir, is that when the allegation came out in 2019, you said in your testimony you had no idea who she was.
I still don't.
Well, today you at least know that she's a plaintiff in a case suing you, correct?
Oh, yes, that I know. Okay. I know nothing about her. I think she's sick, mentally sick.
Okay. You say in this post, use a strange word which I want to ask you about. You say she completely made up the story that I met her at the doors of this crowded New York City department store and within minutes swooned her. You do that?
Yeah.
What is swoon?
That would be a word maybe accurate enough, having to do with talking to her and talking to do an act that she said happened, which didn't happen. And it's a nicer word than the word that starts with an F. And this would be a word that I use because I thought it would be inappropriate to use the other word, and it didn't happen.
Okay, I was curious when I read this, so I looked up the word swoon in the dictionary, and under the dictionary it means to faint with extreme emotion. That's how she meant it.
Objection point.
Well, sort of, that's what she said I did to her. She fainted with great emotion. She actually indicated that she loved it. Okay, she loved it until commercial break. In fact, I think she said it was sexy, didn't she? It was very sexy to be raped. Didn't she say that?
So, sir, I just want to confirm, it's your testimony that E. Jean Carroll said that she loved being sexually assaulted by you?
Well, based on her interview with Anderson Cooper, I believe that's what took place. We can define that. You have to show that.
Make sure these motherfuckers know. Scarecrow and Young Snow, we see you bitches biting. All these posse motherfuckers claiming suicidal. Lucifer telling me that I'm never in memory. Lucifer begging me to return. Trouble was 17, Ruby the cherry. Remember your memory, cherishing. Didn't have me to return to the phone. They made the fuck alone. Fuck a whole blank up a song. Find the bundle, grab a shovel, let's keep digging it. The grass is always staying red when you slit your wrist. Great wet from the rain, they'll wait, remain dead. Forever the great, forever the great, and the forever the night. Remember my name, remember my name, remember my name. When I never reply, you the never inquiring, over admiring, say inspiring, son of the light. Ruby inspiring, get in line and say Lucifer, buyer, beware of the truth until you can be evil and naturally loose. Bitch, I got that nose. What the fuck your choice? Choose late and lost. Blood fresh, got a check, still depressed. Be the best, fuck stress.
from the 9, call a bond, don't get up. I got a vendetta. I got depressed and I never got better. You ain't on my level. Don't be pushing me, pressing me. I got a big Mac and it's next to me. I got a fat bitch on the ecstasy. On top of the bread like a sesame. They want a recipe for success and now they after me. Cause I got a masterpiece. Used to laugh at me and now they gassing me. Dapping me up in front of my family. Make them say, oh no, masterpiece.
Sure you're going to show that, but she was interviewed by Anderson Cooper, and I think she said that rape was sexy, which it's not, by the way. But I think she said that rape was sexy, and she actually said things that were very strange, and then she was a different person after when he said, we'll take a break right now, we're going to take a break right now. He didn't like what she was saying. He was very upset with her, and then she came back and she was a much different woman in the second half, so to speak.
And so the question I'm asking you is, did she say in that interview that she loved being sexually assaulted by you?
Well, she said something to that effect. I mean, you'll have to take a look at the interview yourself. I believe she said rape was sexy, to which Anderson Cooper is dying. He's saying, let's get to a commercial break immediately. I think you better watch the interview. I'm sure you have, but you better watch the interview.
In the interview, when Ms. Carroll talked about rape being sexy, isn't it true that she said that's a view that many other people hold?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. All I know is I believe she said rape was sexy or something to
I have a lawyer guy that emails me this, and I felt this in the lying about Hitler case. I love the courtroom setting, because when I debate people, they say the most retarded fucking shit in the world. But it doesn't work in this setting. When you have one person that has to take the stand, answer your fucking questions honestly one at a time in front of a jury of people that are listening to the entire presentation of the case. I love it. I love this setting, right? Where like if this was like a deposition, or if I was like a litigator, right? And like I could do this, right? So you said that Trump said soon you'll be marching peacefully to the Capitol, right? Yes, he did that. That's it. Did he also say you need to fight like hell or you're going to lose your country? Yes, he does it. Did Giuliani earlier also say it's going to be a trial by combat? Yes, he did also say. Did he also say that we need to stand up and never let them take our country from us? Yes, he did say that. Like, being able to just, like, hammer these down one and one over, like, every single line is so nice in this setting, without having some retarded, like, 25 IQ go, well, yeah, but actually, none of this actually matters. Like, oh, God. Like, being able to... Like the stupid, like the cute misquotes and the retarded shit that works in a casual conversation format, to be able to just ask her right after, like, you said she said this, right? Yeah, she did. Didn't she right after also say, this is what other people say? Well,
Gang, it takes 15 people to get in 2 cars and do a drive-by and kill one person. In New Orleans, I just saw one person kill.
Wait, can you come back in like 15 minutes? I just want to watch the rest of this deposition. It's almost done.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy.
Careful.
Any other people hold?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. All I know is I believe she said rape is sexy or something to that effect, but you have to watch the interview. It's been a while.
And just to clarify, I think you said a few minutes earlier that you used the word swooned as a synonym for, you said the F word, for sexual intercourse?
Yeah. That's because that's what she said.
What do you mean? She never used the word swoon?
She said that I did something to her that never took place. There was no anything. I know nothing about this nut job.
Okay, then you go on to say in the statement, and while I am not supposed to say it, I will. Why are you not supposed to say it?
Making somebody explain all of this. I want to hear, in one of these depositions at some point, or in some place in court, I want to hear a litigator ask, who is they? You say over and over again, they. Who is they? When you say they, who are you identifying? Well, you know, the Jews. Oh, which ones? Well, you know, them. Which Jews in particular?
Because it's not politically correct to say. Read the next, go ahead. That she's not my type. Yeah, because it's not politically correct to say it, and I know that, but I'll say it anyway. She's accusing me of rape. A woman that I have no idea who she is. It came out of the blue. She's accusing me of rape, of raping her. The worst thing you can do, the worst charge. And you know it's not true too. You're a political operative also. You're a disgrace.
Why would you say this? He's losing it. Can your will your attorney tell you to fuck off? What? Don't close that. He doesn't like the door closed. When you close the door, he comes and investigates because he knows that that's probably when all the crazy shit. He's keeping an eye on you. I scream a lot, so I think she wants to close the door. But for some reason, anytime the door is closed, Honey has to go in that room. He doesn't give a fuck right now. He's just laying here, but he's eyeing the door. Yeah. So she closes the door, Honey will walk up and just start screaming at the door. And then when she opens it, he'll just look in. He'll go into the room and like take a look around and then scream a little and then just leave. He doesn't give a fuck. It's just... He's like... He's glaring at that door. I set up this thing up here for him to lay on the blanket. Okay, I put the blanket up here. And this is where he decides to sit. This is the kitty blanket, specially bought for him, right here. And so he decides to sit here on my rag for cleaning the monitor, staying as far away, just like... And then I try to push him off that. And then he decides... And then he just decides to sit on this. I don't understand.
Not too many problems a shot to the head can't fix.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
What was Dr. Disrespect doing?
Wait for this guy to peek! Boom! I'm the best!
The dark alleyways is where they're gonna find us. The next game is what we're going to get into. The next play, it's going to be a dominating one. The next snipe, 360 minimum. The next victory, celebration time.
I'm gonna use the restaurant list. Go.
Don't you ever dare peek in the 2x world!
Come on, I'm not even gonna look at this last guy. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna look at him.
This is my show!
No, it's not. Now it's mine.
Sit down! I fucking get up to nothing!
I really do like this one.
Surprise! Huh? My boomer? Huh? Boom! Come on! You think I'm gonna stop right there? You think that's the end of the line? You think we're done? Why do we put the losses on the arena? Champions Club.
I'm looking for someone.
We're just getting started. Oh, scoped him!
It was really only a matter of time.
James, it will! That's a $16,000 night. Is it done? 91 minutes. Wow. Easy, easy. Rough landing. The name. Oh, baby, 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 the name is Doctor. Dis. Respect. And you're looking at the two-time back-to-back 1993-1994 blockbuster video game champion and true international video gaming superstar, ladies and gentlemen. It's a goddamn snooze fest.
Am I allowed to turn this off
Don't
yet?
be shy. Oh, it's been a long time, champs. De la vacación with mi familia was increíble. But we're back from vacation.
Oh, it sounds like an opportunity to do some work.
Doing what we do best. That's put on a show and look good doing it. By the way, brand new arena, champs. Want me to give you a little tour? Oh, come on, don't be shy. Let's take a look.
If August actually gave a fuck about the stream, he would have backgrounds like this made for me.
Brand new state-of-the-art transport system inspired by Arnold Schwarzenegger in Running Man. It works pretty well. A little tight, a little claustrophobic. Nonetheless, champs, the entrance into the arena. Oh, take a look around. I put a lot of money, my own money, invested into this facility. It's taken months and months. Hold on, I gotta go. There's something about the VIP lounge. Currently, potentially could be closed down temporarily. But we'll get it all activated. We'll open these doors just for you Champions Club members real soon. Nonetheless, take a look. Look what's waiting for you. Cocktails, black on slate black blazers, jars of Vaseline, bow ties, and nothing but... Oh shit. Gotta watch out for that thing, man. What was I talking about? Oh, where are we? I'm in the lobby. So when you walk in through the front entrance of the arena, this is the first place you step into. And it's pretty incredible, isn't it?
And you know it's not true too. You're a political operative also. You're a disgrace. But she's
Oh wait, can your lawyer tell you to shut the fuck up in a deposition, or like they can advise you not to say something, right? Why? Like this seems just so stupid. God, I'm so curious how much of this played out in trial. I wish I had like 10 more hours in the day. But
you know it's not true too. You're a political operative also. You're a disgrace. But she's accusing me and suing you of rape, and it never took place.
Is his lawyer here? Absolutely, yes. I think they objected earlier. Yeah, you should never do a deposition without a lawyer present. It's incredibly important. You should, I mean, especially if you have a lawyer for a case, of course, yeah.
Nice. And I will tell you, I made that statement and I said, well, it's politically incorrect. She's not my type. And that's 100% true. She's not my type.
Now, in your True Social statement on October 12th, you use the word hoax. Specifically, you say, it is a hoax and a lie, just like all the other hoaxes that have been played on me for the past 7 years. You see?
Trump legit has horrible lawyers. Well, it's hard because you have to separate out when we say what that means. So some of his lawyers are just criminal collaborators. Other lawyers are just like White House counsel, who tend to give pretty good advice, but he ignores all of them. And then he has other lawyers who are probably people that are kind of sort of trying to do the right thing. But I mean, as much as people in the normie world will meme about, oh, a lawyer can do anything, a die to ham sandwich, whatever retarded shit, like, you have to mold whatever you're doing around the facts that are given to you. And if your client is just super fucking guilty, like, I mean, you can only do so much, right? Make the state prove their case. Here, this is a civil case, so you're fucked. It's 51%, and you can't plead the fifth. So I mean, like, you can only do so much, right? They're lawyers, not magicians.
It is a hoax and a lie, just like all the other hoaxes that have been played on me for the past 7 years. You see that? Yeah. If I'm making a sense. And I take it, what you're saying there is, Ms. Carroll fabricated her claim that you sexually assaulted her, correct?
Yes, totally. 100%.
Now, fair to say, you'd agree with me, would you not, that you use the term hoax quite a lot?
Yes, I do.
CNN reported that you used it more than 250 times in 2020. Does that sound right? Agree.
I've had a lot of hoaxes played on me. This is one of them.
And how would you define the word hoax?
A fake story, a false story, a made-up story.
Would you consider Silverglade to be a good lawyer? He seemed to be very reasonable in your conversation, minus the concept. I have no idea. Not only do I not know if he's a good lawyer, remember, I have no litigation experience, and I can only look at what's shown to me. I wouldn't even be able to tell you technically what is a good lawyer, what isn't. As a layman, I could maybe say, as a layman with a little bit of legal understanding, I might be able to say, like, oh, wow, that's cool, or oh, that's not cool. But I could say something where it's like, I can't believe that he didn't do this or that, and somebody with any litigant experience might say, like, oh, well, obviously you can't because this wouldn't be allowed. It's, forbidden by court rules or whatever. So I don't have any formal litigation experience. Obviously, I don't have any formal litigation training, so I can only like point out like in a very like a slightly knowledgeable layman type sense, like what seems okay and what doesn't seem okay. Otherwise, yeah, I can only point out obvious mistakes. That's it.
Something that's not true.
Something.
Try your alien yet? Not yet.
That's not true.
Sitting here today, can you recall what else you have referred to as a hoax?
Sure. The Russia hoax. It's been proven to be a hoax. Ukraine hoax. The Mueller situation for 2.5 years hoax. Ended in no collusion. It was a whole big hoax. The lying to the FISA court hoax. The lying to Congress many times hoax by all these people, this scum that we have in our country.
Would a good lawyer agree to work with someone like Eastman? Maybe. Remember, okay? Remember. All right? Even if a person is guilty, it is in all of our interests that the state proves their case. Even in a civil litigation case where somebody, might have done something wrong, it is essential that the system has the burden of proof on the plaintiff's side. It's good. We always want that. Even if a man has raped his way through 500 women, we want him to have a legitimate defense, and we want the state, in a valid court of law, following all the rules and regulations and laws and everything else, to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt in front of a jury or a plea if they have to, right? It is in all of our best interests for that to always be the case. Okay.
Lying to Congress, hoax. The spying on my campaign, hoax. They spied on my campaign, and now they admit it. That was another hoax, and I could get a whole list of them. And this is a hoax too.
This, when you say this and that?
This ridiculous situation that we're doing right is a big fat hoax. She's a liar, and she's a sick person, in my opinion.
Everyone deserves representation, even when they're wrong and evil. That is true, kind of, but don't think about it just for the person. It's not just that they deserve it. We all deserve it. Again, you always want the state to have the burden of proof and to prove their case, acting in a good manner, right? You don't ever want to be like, oh, that guy's obviously guilty, so like, yeah, fuck it, like, let's do whatever, because maybe somebody one day will think you're obviously guilty, right? You don't ever want that. Okay?
This ridiculous situation that we're doing right is a big fat hoax. She's a liar, and she's a sick person, in my opinion. Really sick. Something wrong with her.
Okay. In addition to the Russia hoax, the Ukraine hoax, the Mueller hoax, the lying to FISA hoax, the lying to Congress.
This is about depositions, bro. This is about depositions.
Okay, fine. What do you want? What's up?
All right. So, you were talking earlier about how you're fascinated with this deposition process, right? I'm also.
Okay, yeah, go. Sure.
Right. I'm fascinated with it, I think, for the same reasons. You said for the reason of...
I just like the court. I like the court process that you can ask like a clear line of questioning. You've got like a theory for... Yeah.
Have you ever been deposed?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay. So I have. I know a lot about the process. I also spent 7 months on a civil jury. And the things that I learned about the legal process blew my mind. I mean, when I popped in, you were talking about the right of somebody to a zealous defense and the kind of presumption that the process works when you've got a jury, right? But I was on a civil jury who, we were instructed in the same way any jury was to not discuss the case in the jury room, to not read the newspapers.
To not discuss
And
the case
on-
outside of the jury room, right?
Exactly. Well, no, to not even. Well, when we were on recess, you're not supposed to be discussing your opinion about the case.
Oh, sure. Only when you're in deliberation or whatever, right?
Only when you're in deliberation. And one of the things I learned being on a jury that long was that you spend way more time chilling in the jury room waiting for them to be ready for the jury to come in than you do actually listening to the case.
Okay.
And in that time, I immediately found on day one, that everybody in there had already made up their mind about the case, right? Was talking about it openly in front of the bailiff. Nobody was doing anything about it. So I snitched. Like, I went to the judge on the second day and I was like, hey, you gave us instructions, and everybody's discussing this case, right?
Okay.
And he brought the whole jury in, admonished them. They all knew it was me because I was the one that was taken in that morning. So I was just basically ostracized, and it became a whisper thing. But this assumption that the fucking process is working in good faith is one that I learned very quickly through other means too. I mean, I have other interactions with the legal process that like are fucked, bro. Like I was the victim of, have you ever heard of copyright, or not copyright trolling, but like I guess that's one of the things. Have you ever heard of like porn trolling in the legal sense?
Nope.
So you remember back in the LimeWire / fucking Demonoid days where you could download porn and shit via, right? So there were these legal entities, these law firms, right, that existed to catch people's IPs during that process. What was that fucking process called? Nobody uses it anymore. Peer-to-peer.
Yeah, peer-to-peer things. They're like honeypots, basically. Yeah.
Yeah,
They'd sit on a torrent, and they would just either be listening or they'd be distributing stuff, and they'd be logging your IPs, and then the RIA or the NPA or whatever would send you a letter in the mail. And,
Right. So the letter I got was a packet of information from Comcast. This was before they changed their rules at Comcast. Now Comcast uniformly denies any information about their customer base without a direct court order. But they used to cooperate with these law firms, right? So I had a roommate that downloaded like, Giant Tits 12 or some shit, and it was one of these honeypot things.
Okay.
Right? And I spent 9 months being harassed, sent fake legal documents. This is all fucking until I was finally, and I'm at that point in my life, I wasn't like a legal person. Well, dude, if it wasn't dude, I wouldn't be fucking ashamed. The chat's saying a roommate. Like, well, it was clearly like me that downloaded the big tits thing, but does it matter? Well, it was a pressure campaign.
All right, what do we do? I get to the point. What's the point? Where are we at?
Okay, so you're fascinated with the deposition shit, right?
I don't know. You keep saying fascinated. I just appreciate the legal process. I think it's better than like informal conversations. Yeah.
What if you found somebody that disagreed with you fundamentally, and they agreed to submit themselves to a deposition? Like,
yeah, I think that would be awesome. Like, I fantasize, I jerk off at night, I stop watching porn, and I just imagine that debates are actually just happening in front of like judges with a jury of peers in a formal court setting. Yes.
No. I'm talking about a deposition. That's not in a jury. That's not in front of. That's a that's
well, I don't
done
care
in a
about just
small
a
room.
You keep saying fascination deposition. A deposition is a very small part of this whole process. Yeah, I don't care about the deposition in and of itself.
Right. From the way that you were talking about it, you said that they were. What fascinated you was that they were kind of like legally compelled not to be weaselly.
Yeah, that's the court process. Yeah. The deposition is part of this, but so is like examination of a witness, cross-exam of a witness. Yeah, this is all part of it. Yeah, and you're under perjury. You take an oath, so you can't fucking lie. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but in the deposition that stands as well.
Yeah.
Right. So it might be if there's somebody like on the right wing or something that you trust to be good faith with it, it might be an interesting thing for you to try one day. Like, hey, like, and you can trade even. Like, I will be the lawyer, you be the deponent. You have to answer, you can even have a lawyer there with you advising you, and then I'll do the same thing. It might be just an interesting exercise to see if it changes
I don't think
the tone and tone and timbre of your debate.
Maybe, yeah. We'll see what happens after the hopefully after Trump loses. But right now, something I've realized is that nobody that is large into political content, there are very, 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 very few people that are interested in actually fighting with somebody who they feel like can provide substantive pushback to what they say.
Do you know a single one?
I know one person, and I don't align with him very well politically, but Sam Cedar, I think, is probably the only person that I know of. Maybe David Pakman?
Well, okay, so David, you're not aligned with David Pakman?
No, I'm much more aligned with Pakman than I am with Sam Cedar.
But Sam Cedar, and if you trust, all I'm saying is, dude, I don't want to waste any more of your time. I think it would be interesting to see you in that context with somebody that you trusted to be good faith and to treat it as such, even with lawyers present. I think it would be instructive to your audience about the legal process. And I think it would be interested to see if it changes the tone and timbre of your political debate. That's all.
Yeah, definitely.
Have a good day, buddy. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're
have
good.
a good
No,
one.
no problem. Love you. Be careful. Somebody sent me a theory and said that the reason why Trump has to fight is because he actually doesn't think Jean Carroll is that hot. And instead of post-nut clarity, he's having post-nut rage. That's why he paid off Stormy Daniels to not say a word, but he would never pay this woman off. I don't know if that's true or not. But have you started The Sopranos yet? No. Almost done with Hunter x Hunter, I think. I'm on episode like 120. I think there's like 30 episodes left.
Hoax and the spying on your campaign hoax. Isn't it true that you also referred to the use of mail-in ballots as a hoax?
Yeah, I do. Sure. I do.
And it's
Still very dishonest. Mail-in ballots, very dishonest.
And isn't it true that you yourself have voted on that?
I do. Sometimes I do, but I don't know what happens to it once you give it. I have no idea.
Doctor's addressing the allegations is so boring. He's just going to say, oh, I don't know about this. Do you think anything crazy is going to come out of this?
All parties were still prohibited from speaking publicly about the case or the settlement. However, if one side violated that confidentiality, then the other side could respond. And again, champs, I respected all the confidential obligations.
Just as a heads up, as one of the only people that actually reads through most of the contracts that he signs, which is why I don't get contract fucked, oftentimes contracts will have a clause in them. I don't know what the name of this clause is. I'm pretty sure it's boilerplate, because I've seen it boilerplate because I've seen them in multiple contracts I've signed. But it'll say something to the effect of, just because one part of this contract is broken doesn't mean that the rest of the contract is null and void. Now, I don't know if that applies to the NDA or whatever legal agreements that he signed, but just something to keep in mind if you're ever in a position where you're signing contracts. Just because one party breaks some clause or some part of the contract doesn't mean that it's all like garbage. You can just say whatever. But again, that's a general statement based on my personal experiences that might not apply to whatever he's talking about. I don't know, who the fuck knows. Also, remember, things like NDA, never mind, actually. I was going to say, for people in my position, things like NDAs and this shit, they don't really matter that much, because chances are whatever you're NDAing, there's going to be way more negative public fallout or damage than what the fuck the NDA would ever protect you from. Like when you start dealing with like famous people, you start dealing with like big companies and shit, like you can try to NDA somebody, but like if they leak some shit that's going to destroy your company and you're going to lose like 7-8 figures worth of value, you're probably never getting that money back in any type of like civil court setting or third-party arbitration. Like you're just fucked. So always keep that in mind too. Contracts are, what's the guy in what's the name of the captain of the Black Pearl before Jack gets it back? The Pirates Code, they're more like guidelines. Contracts are kind of sort of like that sometimes.
But even then, as part of the settlement, all parties were still prohibited from speaking publicly about the case or the settlement.
Are mail-in ballots actually less secure? Is there any reason to buy that argument? I mean, I feel like just by virtue of them being mail-in ballots, no, I don't feel like they're less secure. My intuition is to say that obviously it seems like you could fake a mail-in ballot easier than you could fake showing up at a polling place, but you could just probably fake showing up at a polling place, right? If you've got voter ID at the polling place, then maybe not. If it's a photo ID, and if people are actually paying attention, then I guess it'd be a little bit harder. Getting a fake ID seems pretty trivial, though. And then, do they use like blue light? I think in Nebraska, they didn't use they didn't have any They didn't even check ID, actually. They just asked for your address and verified your name. So, I don't know. I'm not. So I don't know if there's any reason to think that one would be more secure than the other.
However, if one side violated that confidentiality, then the other side could respond. And again, I respected all the confidential obligations.
My assumption would be that mail-in ballots are slightly less secure than. That would just be based on like a priori, like my prior assumptions would just say that, but I haven't like looked into it at all.
But apparently Twitch's own disgruntled employees didn't feel the need to abide by those same obligations. Cody Connors, ex-Twitch employee, wasn't even involved, leaks Twitch's recorded reason. Years later, Cody, but why do this? What was the point? This was settled professionally. And you knowing how black and white the internet is, you decided you fucking rat to leak the recorded reason Twitch banned me in 2020. Well, I mean, for what? Cody, why? Did you not know the repercussions from spewing lies about the two-time? Did you not know the repercussions of accusing me, Cody Connors? You see, you don't know.
So like, this would be the thing that nobody cares or knows or whatever, any of this. This is, okay, so here's the game that I'm playing. Fuck, I can't tell. Never mind, fuck, my brain. When people like Benny Johnson and people like Martin Shkreli and people like, who else? I think there's a third person I did this to. People will say things like, if I hear people talking shit about me, I'm going to sue them, or I'll sue you, right? Anytime I see somebody say that, if I know they're full of shit, I'll tweet at them, and I'll say, hey, sue me, let's do it. If you want to do that, yeah, like Benny Johnson, I know Martin Shkreli did this. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I think he did steal his shit. Sue me if you want. When people are saying shit like this, oh, I'm going to start suing people, you must be very confident in your opinion. In that case, okay, well, let's see it. Let's do it. Let's go to court, and you can show me. If Dr. Disrespect is being honest here, and if everything Cody is saying is a lie, I feel like this would qualify for some type of civil litigation. But then the question would be, well, is Dr. Disrespect suing him? And if not, why not? That would be my question, right? When he's making all of this so public. If you think that he's like clearly defaming you, he's clearly lying about a thing. What is the response to conservatives arguing that Trump's property fraud is just common business practice and he's being targeted for political reasons? The reason why Republicans are able to think that's part of the propaganda model of saying everything is fucked. The nice thing about saying the entire system is fucked and destroyed is that anytime somebody on your side gets caught with anything, you can say, oh, well, look, everyone's doing it. It's just not true. If it was true, then our country would be like collapsing. Yeah. Cody is too poor to pay out, probably. Who cares? You win the case publicly, it looks good for you, no? That you were able to secure a settlement, or you, at the very least, you could get him to retract his statements, right? Especially if he's too poor, no?
Oh shit, and it was obvious from your tweet. You didn't have any first-hand knowledge of my dispute with Twitch. You said that I got banned from professional.
I can't believe you had me broke into this stupid shit. Now we have to listen to it carefully. Now I'm curious what he's gonna say.
And you knowing how black and white the internet is, you decided, you fucking rat, to leak the reported reason Twitch banned me in 2020. Well, I mean, for what? Cody, why?
Why would you spend 2 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars if you can just get the same W by just dunking on him on a stream for hundreds of thousands of dollars in 2 years? How long would this take? That hundreds of thousands of dollars in 2 years is assuming that you're going like the full 9 yards, all your pretrial shit, you're going to trial, you're going to try in front of a judge, you're doing. I'd be like, there's no shot. It'd be less than 50K would be my guess. And that's like with a hefty amount of like writing and research and everything else before going to court. There's no way I think like this would actually go to court if one of them is clearly in the fucking wrong, right?
Did you not know the repercussions from spewing lies about the two-time? Did you not?
Is that his real hair or is it a wig? My understanding is initially he wore a... a wig, but I think eventually he just grew his hair out to be like this.
Did you not know the repercussions from spewing lies about the two-time? Did you not know the repercussions of accusing me, Cody Connors? You see, you don't know shit, and it was obvious from your tweet. You didn't have any first-hand knowledge of my dispute with Twitch. You said that I got banned from Twitch because I was sexting a minor through Whisper's messages? Do you even know what the legal definition of sexting is? I do. And yeah, I used Twitch's Whispers, but trust me, I wasn't sexting anyone.
Like when you're playing on the definitions here like this, so it sounds like they were probably having a sexually explicit conversation, but they weren't actually engaged in like cyber sexing. We used to call it cybering when I grew up, but that's all I'm hearing there. But okay.
You also said the word minor, Cody. I even made sure that word was emphasized in my statement, edited, etc., just to make sure these so-called journalists would pick up on it. And boy, oh boy, did they ever, champs. When you and all these so-called journalists, Cody, fired off your tweets, did any of you consider that the Twitch user may have been over the legal age of consent at the time of the messages?
Meaning that she was probably 16 or 17 is what that probably means.
You didn't. Neither did any of these journalists, and neither did Twitch at the time of the ban.
Notice that he's saying she was over the age of consent, but he's not saying that she was an adult, and he's not saying that she wasn't a minor. He's just saying she was over the legal age of consent.
Consider that the Twitch user may have been over the legal age of consent at the time of the messages? You didn't. Neither did any of these journalists, and neither did Twitch at the time of the ban. You also tried to tell the world that I was trying to meet up with this user at TwitchCon, but you're wrong. Let's set the record straight. I never intended to meet this user ever. We never made plans to meet at TwitchCon or anywhere else, and in fact, we never met in person ever. Your bullshit accusations gave false courage to other former Twitch employees to make shit up as well.
Okay, we'll see what it says by the end of this. He's never, ever suing any of the people involved, because the actual truth is probably fairly close-ish to what the guy said, but it's not that she was probably 17, they were probably having sexually explicit dialogue, and they probably kind of like joked about or talked about meeting up, but there was never like a specific time or place involved, and that's like the story that he's going with. That's my guess. But there's no way that those hazy details would be enough to nail the other dude, would be my guess. Who is the Cody he's talking about? Cody, is it Cody Connors? Or is that, am I making that name up?
I suspect all of you sort of planned and coordinated this attack. These big-time publications.
Or is it Cody Evoli? I don't know what's going on in my mind. Eoli? What's the name of that mayo shit? It's like mayonnaise but fancy, so I'll eat it. Aioli, right? A-I-O-L, whatever the fuck. Yeah.
These journalists, these various outlets, are sort of just gossip channels now, don't you think, champs? They act like they're just gossip channels now, without any real journalism and real research happening. They reported on all this based on leaks from 2 former Twitch employees, one of whom was supposedly on the trust and safety team.
Were you ever connected to Dr. Disrespect at all? No, we should have killed him one time in a battle royale, but RNA or Mr. Moon or somebody else fucked up. Whoever fucked up, it definitely wasn't me.
If these anonymous sources worked on the trust and safety team at the time of my Twitch suspension in 2020, then you would hope they would tell the truth. But apparently that's just too much to ask. If these former trust and safety team members, and by the way, I know exactly who they are, actually had first-hand knowledge, then what they conveniently left out is, 1, Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally admitted that the Whisper messages were not sexting. And 2, Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally acknowledged that the Whispers did not constitute child sexual abuse material CSAM.
So they were probably just sexually explicit messages, inappropriate sexually explicit messages with a 16 or 17-year-old, but it didn't rise to the level of sexting, however they're defining that, and the girl wasn't beneath the age of 16 and there were no pictures exchanged or exact places to meet up decided, we might guess.
I'll say it again. Neither I nor the Twitch user exchanged any sexual graphic messages or images. Yeah. Cody Connors and these other anonymous sources are trying to paint a picture that I was exchanging sexually explicit messages and photos with this Twitch user. That never happened. I even used the word inappropriate, purposely. And look at how it's defined by everyone, champs. Huh? Including these defaming articles. I'm sorry, but mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes taken out of context should have never led to me getting banned from Twitch in the first place. I mean, how would each of you look if all of your private DMs, your text messages, your chats were looked at, dissected, and taken out of context by someone who's deliberately trying to find something inappropriate in those words? And this is not a situation where a victim publicly accuses someone of wrongdoing. That never happened here. We're talking about allegations that Twitch made against me as a half-baked reason for justifying their actions of suspending and shutting down my channel. Allegations that Twitch made without even a legal analysis of whether the Whisper messages were legal. You see, I engage with my community. I engage with other streamers. And through Twitch Whispers, I communicate with Twitch users. Conversations that consisted of a variety of playing games and gaming, politics, content creation, random stuff. This was the extent of my whispers with this Twitch user. On June 21st, 2020, my ex-Twitch partner manager learns that I exchanged whispers with the Twitch user. And I say ex-partner manager because for years, this guy didn't do anything for me, my community, or my channel. For years. I'm talking no front page love. I'm talking about the face of the platform, right? Literally.
It is a question of why would Twitch ban him, though? Man, why would Twitch ban him? They must have been pretty inappropriate messages, we might guess, but jeez.
Face of the platform. And I know Champions Club remembers this. We got zero front page love on the website. Was never on my channel. He didn't follow me on Twitter. He wouldn't even inform us about.
I think this is live or pre-recorded. Probably live. It could be pre-recorded though. I'm sure he's got a script or something in front of him.
Twitch rival tournaments. We're talking about the two-time Twitch rival tournament. Oh, I'm sorry. Would you want to play in it? We got zero support from this guy, and it was just so obvious that he carried a grudge against the two-time.
He didn't take your advice of coming back as Dr. Respect. He went Goblin on his own. I mean, he'll just go back to gaming for this, right?
So after we signed with Twitch in 2019, we asked for a new partner manager. And just a few months later, that ex-Twitch partner manager is directly involved with getting me banned. Coincidence?
When Slasher said that the DMs can't be leaked because they are child sexual assault material, isn't he directly refuting that? I think that was a guess from Slasher. My understanding, based on my conversation with Slasher like 4 years ago, is he never saw the exact DMs. I don't know if that's changed recently or not. I don't know if he said anything differently recently or not. But I don't believe Slasher's ever seen those DMs, or at least he hadn't when this was a long time ago. He, at least at that point.
The Twitch user tells the ex-Twitch...
But I don't think he claimed to have seen those games. He's just saying that like if it was like this, it wouldn't leak because you wouldn't just repost it online, right?
Partner manager that they do not want to report anything to Twitch. I'll repeat that sentence one more time just in case anybody missed that one. The Twitch user tells his ex-Twitch partner manager that they do not want to report anything to Twitch.
But is going full-on right-wing pandering a viable strategy? No, I don't think he's going to do that. Or Dan thinks he's going to do that. I just don't think politics is just such a weird switch for him. He's going to lose his whole audience. He's just probably going to keep gaming, I guess.
The Twitch user tells his ex-Twitch partner manager...
He said he never saw the DMs the last time you and Dan talked to him. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Anything to Twitch. I'll repeat that sentence one more time just in case anybody missed that one. The Twitch...
If there isn't anything bad, why wouldn't the doc just release them? Because there probably is some stuff that's kind of bad. And even if there wasn't anything bad, why the fuck would he release them? There are still people that said that I was a pedophile because I said there were hot 15 and 16-year-olds that were trying to fuck you at gaming conferences when I was like 22 or something. Like, people were like... Ugh. So, I mean, like, yeah, why the fuck would you even release shit like this?
User tells his ex-Twitch partner manager that they do not want to report anything to Twitch. But this ex-Twitch partner manager encourages the user and even directs them to file a report directly with Twitch, even though the user told him clearly that we never physically met anywhere and that no photographs were exchanged. On June 24th, 2020, Twitch's special operations team receives and reviews the user's report. They find no issues and determine that it did not warrant any further escalation to Twitch's law enforcement response team.
You think if he took your advice of shutting the fuck up and keep streaming, he'd be okay in a couple of weeks? He'll probably be fine. I'm sure he'll be okay.
Enforcement response team. That would have been the end. That should have been the end. But that partner manager, oh boy, did he had it out. Yeah, he had it out for the few times. He finds out that no further action will be taken, so what does he do? He personally escalates the report to a friend on the Twitch's LER team. The LER team, remember, that's the Twitch's law enforcement response team. He escalates the report to a friend on Twitch's LER team.
Oh wait, hold on. This is finally new shit. Hold on.
Views the user's report. They find no issues and determine that it did not warrant any further escalation to Twitch's law enforcement response team. Okay. That would have been the end. That should have been the end. But that partner manager, oh boy, did he had it out. Yeah, he had it out for the few times. He finds out that no further action will be taken, so what does he do? He personally escalates the report to a friend on the Twitch's LER team. The LER team, remember, that's the Twitch's law enforcement response team. He escalates the report to a friend on Twitch's LER team. So a day later, on June 25th, the LER analyst pulls the entirety of the Whisper messages and begins discussing them with his director of the LER team. Mind you, this director is on vacation at that time and does not have access to their computer or work files. Let me just remind you.
Okay, wait. Dustin, you were banned for a pretty stupid reason. Maybe the doc is in a similar position. It's completely and totally different. My content, because I do political stuff, is always going to be way more on the edge, and I'm going to always be somewhat of a liability to any platform that hosts me. The doc was pretty much just a straight asset to Twitch. I think the doc was on a huge upswing. He was very popular and one of the most popular types of gaming content. Like, Twitch had really good reason to keep the doctor on. Twitch, I'm always like a risky... What's an expression for something? Box of dynamite? That's not a real thing. No, not liability. What's like a brand risk? A hot potato. Let's go with that. I was always a hot potato. Anything could happen, you know? But the doc was pretty brand safe. So to cut him was like pretty crazy, I think.
Director is on vacation at that time and does not have access to their computer or work files. Let me just remind you, I went through multi-million, big-time arbitration. Okay. And, you discover a lot of stuff. Mind you, this director is on vacation at that time. The LER analyst cherry picks and sends a few targeted excerpts out of context from the Whisper messages to this director. Now, if you do this, you make anyone's messages look inappropriate, even when they aren't. Within less than 1 hour, this LER analyst and his director have made the decision to suspend me from Twitch. Twitch submits a report to NCMEC. You guys all read those little articles, huh? The NCMEC. Twitch submits that report. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Guess what? As far as I know, and over 4 years have passed, they didn't do anything with the report. As far as I know, they didn't escalate Twitch's report to law enforcement. Mind you, the same people that made this decision admit internally that the messages did not constitute sexting. The same people that made this decision at Twitch admit internally that the messages did not warrant any child sexual abuse material charge.
So I could be wrong, because I don't know. I just don't know his audience. I don't know the community that he plays to. So my assumption of how he should handle this could be off. Maybe he is doing the best thing, but I feel like there are enough facts in his favor that he could release like a type of statement that would be really positive. Like, if he owns up to I had a conversation with somebody, they were a younger fan, they got a little inappropriate given the age, shouldn't have made some of the jokes I did, absolutely not okay, haven't done it since, will never do it again. However, there was no, and then he can go into this was escalated to all these people before, there was no child sexual abuse material, there was no investigations, or there was an investigation or whatever, there was no wrongdoing found, Twitch decided there was no wrongdoing, like he could have gone here, but he fights so hard against literally any wrongdoing whatsoever, and then he's very precisely, cutting exactly into he said that she was a minor, but actually she was of the legal sexual age of consent. It's like, why not just own up and say, oh yeah, I should have done this, I won't do it again, rather than splitting hairs so much on this. But I don't know, maybe for his audience, maybe it's important to not.
Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitted.
Will Twitch make a statement after this? I don't think Twitch has any reason to make a statement after this. I would be surprised if they did.
They did not perform any legal analysis of whether the messages exchanged were legal in any way. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitting that they never investigated the age of consent in the jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract.
Like, god damn, those statements. Or maybe I'm just too internet brained. Maybe to normal people. Maybe, actually, that could be it too. I might be very internet coded and very libertarian coded. Where as soon as I hear somebody start rambling on about the age of consent, my brain is like, what's going on here? Maybe ordinary people don't care or think about it as much. But that wording is so precise.
Messages exchanged were illegal in any way. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitting that they never investigated the age of consent in the jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me without ever interviewing me, the user, or any other third party, including the partner manager. It's fucking unbelievable! I'm not going to get into every detail regarding my legal case. But these former Twitch employees that claim to have first-hand knowledge, they just don't have a clue. They didn't report any facts. The judge in the case determined that the whispers were not illegal. So then why did Twitch use these messages against me? Why did Twitch treat the doc so differently from me?
So when he says the judge in the case, I think most of usually when you sign contracts, I'm pretty sure this is in mind for Twitch, it's third party. It's usually you agree to arbitration. I think Twitch picks the company, but there's somebody that arbitrates this. You don't actually go to court for it. I think he's probably talking about either an arbitration judge that isn't like part of the court system, or he's just talking about whoever at Twitch overviewed it and said that there was nothing improper. However, you don't need a legal violation to ban somebody from your platform. Now, is it a morality clause that you would have in a contract that makes it so that if you do things that are harmful to the reputation of Twitch, they could terminate your contract? Maybe. They're usually called morality clauses. I haven't thought, dude, I don't have sponsors or anything. I haven't filled out contracts in quite a while. It's a contract provision that limits the behavior of a party or individual to the contract that can be found in many different types of contracts, including employment agreements, custody orders, and endorsement contracts. Do you have your old contract? Yeah, it's sitting in my inbox somewhere. So Twitch could still terminate his contract even if he didn't do anything illegal, but they are violating. My guess is the contract had terms, like a term length. So, they probably, my guess is they paid him out. That'd be my guess, but
There are other streamers. I mean, outside of the audience. Just take a look at me. Unfiltered.
The doc was a total brand risk? For what?
What's up?
The realest moment.
Hi, what's up?
I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. One, when I'm hearing the doc talk, this seems to imply that it's probably in another country, which is why he's harping on the age of consent thing. And then the second thing...
Wait, why do we think that? It could very easily just be like in a state where the age of consent is 16, no?
It could be, absolutely. But if the judge is determining nothing is illegal and something like that, it seems to seem like that it's probably a national thing. And when he goes to say they even look into the age of jurisdiction or the age of consent in a given jurisdiction, that seems to suggest, at least to me personally, that it's probably he was talking to somebody from another country.
I think it's still very easy.
Where
to
they just
say. Also, when he says judge, I don't think he's necessarily meaning like a trial judge or something. Like it could just be whoever.
Arbitration judge.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So in arbitration, generally speaking, there is an actual judge that rules on things and will rule on motions and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Most notably, arbitration judges tend to be retired judges. So it's like one avenue when you're actually a professional judge to then retire and become a arbitration judge.
Sure.
And they come from all over. And so that, and as far as the morality clauses, yes, they're actually still enforced and still quite common. Like if you're a Disney person, you're probably under a morality contract if you're like on a big movie or something like that.
My guess is going to be for almost anything involving large entertainment, you're absolutely going to have morality clauses. Yeah, in your, of course, yeah.
If you're on like a child's television show, there's going to be absolutely a morality
My guess is
clause,
literally on every television show, you'll have morality clauses. People get dropped from movies and shit from.
Yep. But I'm saying particularly like a guaranteed one would be like a child's television show, because you wouldn't want like the dad of the family to be like, oh, this guy was like banging hookers and had a pound of blow in his back seat sort of deal. Like that would look bad.
Yep.
Obviously.
Okay.
It's all I wanted to clear up. I'll let you have Dan.
I just got here. What did the doc say?
It's just saying the same shit he said before, basically.
6'8", gorgeous, athletic, successful, college degree, college athlete, bourbon business, gaming studio, beautiful family. And trust me, we've worked hard for over a decade to improve as a person, a husband, and father, and to get where we're at today. I mean, I'm in such a good place today. And all these.
Why do you think he decided to do this in character? Wouldn't it be more authentic if he did this as guy theme? Because he is his character now. I don't think he ever does anything out of character.
People, they all act like they're just so perfect. I'm not perfect. I don't claim to be perfect. And sometimes I do. But I also didn't do all the shit that they're saying I did. But then that doesn't make a story, right? They wanted media attention. The media wants controversy. And by sensationalizing all this with big and accurate headlines like sexy and sexually explicit, you all got what you wanted at the expense of the due time. The reality is, they wanted to cut down on, plain and simple. Take a look at some of these horrendous acts of Twitch streamers that were never banned. I've got some examples right here. Example number 1. A streamer that frequently used the N-word while publicly streaming, which constitutes a violation of Twitch's policies accompanied by hateful intent. Twitch scheduled a meeting with the streamer to assert his intent to determine whether his conduct was a violation of Twitch's policies, ultimately determining it was not a breach of Twitch's policies. Why wasn't I called into a meeting? Why wasn't my intent taken into consideration, champs?
Why does he always blow up with a 2-time champ like Zerka with his 100K overnight spiel? Well, I mean, it's part of his character, it's part of the meme.
Example number 2. Streamer was reported for discussing doing things with deceased animals and discussing pedophilia, all while live streaming. Never suspended, but instead given a multi-million-dollar contract. Example number 3.
Who's he? Is he naming names?
Who-
Who's he talking about?
who is
Streamer was
that?
reported for a sexually explicit stream involving children and telling children to send Snapchats of them playing with themselves. Never suspended, but instead, given a multi-million-dollar contract. It's so obvious that certain Twitch executives and employees involved had personal biases against the doc and used all this as an opportunity to terminate my contract. Go back and look at the timing of all this, too. Huh. The doc's termination lines up with two preferable, profitable, and expensive streamers leaving Mixer. As soon as Twitch knew that Mixer had failed, go look at the time. These other expensive streamers needed a new streaming platform. So Twitch rushed through its decision to terminate in due time. You see, I shouldn't even be banned from Twitch. It has affected us on so many levels. Back in 2020, and now in 2020. And Cody Connors, I just have to say it again. Why would you do this? Like I said, this was handled professionally years ago. No fucking wrongdoing. But because of you, Cody, we just lost. Fuck, man.
Oh, he got demonetized on YouTube or something, right?
Unfortunately, we have to lay off people for midnight. Because of you, Cody.
We were first, by the way.
You know, for all this, we are where we are. I'm like a fucking man, I'll accept it. But I don't accept to sit quietly by and let these idiots attack me with false accusations, no. For all these doc haters out there, too, oh man. The ones that project, worry about everyone else's problems, right? I can't understand that mindset. I could care less. We've always stayed in our lane. But somehow, some way, these people, they just get in our lane. For all you doc haters, I'm sure you'll just like dissect all of this and still find a way to publicly criticize me. What you need to do. I'll say this isn't for you. This was for my team, today, my community, my friends, La Familia, that have supported me. And I'm not denying the exchange of whispers, champs. I'm not denying that to all of you out there, it looks bad. I have no way of knowing if the Twitch users thought our exchange of whispers was inappropriate. If it was, I apologize. All I know is that I never did what Twitch, Cody Connors, or the public is claiming that I did.
Has Twitch made these claims, or is he just using the employee as ex-employees as a stand-in? Yeah, I said at the very beginning that he can reapply for monetization at the end of September. Why? Why was he even... Did he say why he was demonetized? Did YouTube give a reason?
That's it. I'm not saying anything more about any of this, right? Unless I need to, because trust me, I have more I haven't disclosed. I just want to get back to what we do best. Put on a show and climb our way to the tippity top of the mountain. In our own lane.
Be in his own island.
Do you believe him? I think everything... everybody, actually, I've seen so many people do so many stupid things that now it's hard to believe in basic self-preservation. My assumption, if he has over 92 IQ, my assumption is that everything he said here is 100% true. He's speaking very specifically, so I think we can pretty easily figure out what happened. I doubt he would lie at this point when there are so many people that know exactly what's happened. I would imagine there's records of all of this shit, and it's a hugely public ordeal. So my guess would be everything he's saying is pretty true. Yeah.
What has he said that you think? Because maybe I missed something. What has he said that's like, oh, interesting, he said that?
No,
And that's
it's all the same shit as before. You probably exchange inappropriate messages with a 16 or 17-year-old. Yeah.
That's it.
Just need a target.
People want, show the message, release the messages, show the messages.
What would he gain from suing Cody Connors 10K max? Well, you'd get a retraction. I think that would be the important thing, right?
People want, show the message, release the messages, show the messages. Are we in second grade? So like I said, champs, during this, YouTube demonetized us. We have September 25th is when we can reapply.
That's not too bad. What was that? So 3 months?
Start COD, Doc? Okay.
Paul, do you have anything you want to say?
That was not. I don't think that was the way to handle all this. It was very wild. Wild shit. There's no way he sues anyone.
Man, I don't know. I think he should sue the Cody dude, but
how would he possibly win that case?
Well, if Cody hasn't seen any messages and Cody's making claims that are completely false, and he should know better, especially if he worked in those positions at Twitch, that's probably rises to the level of gross negligence or something, would be my guess.
It's actual malice, right? Isn't that the term?
Yep. But actual malice can also involve, like, grossly negligent behavior.
I mean, he's in a kind of a fuck spot because I guess people take him very seriously. He says he works at Twitch. He says he did it. I still don't think Doc will do it. There's no shot he's ever going to do it because of Discovery. He obviously is fucking paranoid as fuck about those messages coming out.
I don't know if he's paranoid as fuck about them coming out. I feel like if he was paranoid as fuck about them, then I don't think he would be addressing this at all. I don't know what he would have to fear for Discovery either. So I mean, it's like Twitch already has all the messages, right? But he could also be an idiot. So
I'm leaning pretty heavily that way. I mean, remember how bad his responses were.
Yeah, they were, but it could have also been because he made him the day of, which people always do for some reason, and they're always stupid. I don't know why anybody ever responds to any serious thing the day of. You should always just wait a day or two before you write a response. There's literally no reason to publish it immediately, but...
How many times has Doc cheated on his wife?
Publicly, or...?
As far as you know.
Who knows? Why?
Oh no, I don't... Is it 2 times or 1 time?
I don't know. I would probably need to dock shit for a long time.
Interesting. Okay. Well, why don't you get back to Trump then?
Be careful.
Are you familiar, I'm sure you are, with something that's often referred to as the Access Hollywood tape?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's mark it and play it as 35.
You know, and I moved on her. You know, she was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it. I did try and fuck her. She was married. I know, Nancy. No, this was, and I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where that's some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch. So I couldn't get there. And she was married. And all of a sudden, I see that she's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look.
She's your girl's hot as shit. In the purple.
Whoa!
Yes.
Whoa!
Yes, the Nautilus Sword. Oh, my man. Wait, you gotta look at me when you gotta set this up.
That is very.
Give me the thumbs up.
You are.
You gotta put the thumbs up. You gotta get the thumbs up. Can't be too happy. First? Yeah, let me.
It's very
You gotta get the thumbs up.
You and I will work.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's a different one.
No, it's good.
Yeah, that's right. We'll go. I gotta use some TikToks just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to people. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. I don't even. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. I can do anything.
He doesn't like that. All you can see is the leg.
No, it looks good.
Come on, Shorty.
Oh, that's right, actually.
Get out of the way. It's good legs.
Good. It's always good if you don't fall out of the bus. Like Ford, Gerald Ford, remember?
Down below. Pull the hem.
Hello, how are you? Hi.
How are
Nice seeing you.
Nice to
Terrific.
meet you.
Terrific. You know Billy Bush?
How are you?
Nice to see you. How you doing, Ariane?
Doing very well, thank you. Are you ready to be a soap star?
We're ready. Let's go. Make me a soap star.
Have a little hug with it, darling. Just get off the
Would you
bus.
like a little
Okay,
hug,
absolutely.
Have a
Melania
little
said
hug
this
with the
was
bush. Yeah,
okay.
just get...
That's you in that video, correct?
Yes.
What did Leon say? Wait, he said something in chat. Using this footage to get a jury verdict, rough LOL. Yeah, I wonder if this was ever allowed to be shown in court. Oh my god, it makes you so unendearing. I feel like this would just like mind fuck. Like any case you have, Jesus, but I don't know.
Yes.
And am I correct that that video was recorded in January? What's wrong? Am I correct that that video was recorded in September 2005?
I guess that would, I don't know the date, but whatever date it was is fine with me.
It was as part of the appeal today. Gotcha.
Am I correct that you were engaged to your current wife sometime in 2004?
I don't know.
Am I correct that you married your current wife in January 2005?
I don't know relative to that tape.
And the person you were speaking to, it's now famous, in that video was Billy Bush?
That's right.
Please let me...
This is very old news, fully litigated, during debates, during everything else, fully litigated. And you know what I said there?
During debates, fully litigated.
And I say it now, locker room talk. It was locker room talk. That's what goes on.
Wait, okay, hold on. I got a few lawyers in my YouTube chat. Is there any purpose for Trump rambling like this during his deposition? Like, why does his attorney let him do it? Is it helping him, or is it not admissible, or like he makes a lot of extra statements sometimes where he attacks the, I assume it's the prosecutor, not the prosecutor, the plaintiff's attorney, and he's saying like, oh, like you're disgusting, politically partisan, you're gross, this was like, why does he say this extra shit? Is he just fucking himself, or is there like a strategy to this? He thinks he looks cool doing it, I guess, so the lawyers don't intervene when they If I think my client is credible, I prefer them to talk more. If they are insane, I'll convince them to talk less. Okay. That would be that would have been my guess, is that prior to this, your prep would be listen, like answer as clear and concisely as possible. Don't stress. I mean, I guess the attorneys actually could have advised him of that, right? That's possible too. And he's just ignoring the advice. It's not like you can stop him, I don't think, in the middle of a deposition. I don't know if you're allowed to stop your guy, go coach him. Well, actually, I'm sorry, to be clear, I don't believe you're allowed to coach a witness ever. I don't think you can ever tell somebody this is what you should say. I think you can technically only give general guidelines. Now, I don't know to the extent that it actually happens, but is it illegal to sell an audio recording with someone you recorded without their permission? I have no clue what it depends on what you're talking about, where, and also.
And you did say in the video that you, quote, moved on her heavily, correct?
Excuse me?
You do say in the video that you, quote, moved on her heavily.
I did say that, yes.
Okay. And you do say in the video that as part of trying to have sex with this woman, you took her furniture shopping, correct?
We actually did look for furniture, yes.
So, that was true. You actually took this woman in.
I think so. I mean, it's been a long time ago. How long is it? A long time ago. But I think so. I do think so.
Is that the only occasion when you took a woman shopping?
I think so.
And you say it.
If we weren't lazy, it'd be interesting to go through with it. If you wanted to find out, like, when could you object in all of these, would this all be taught, like, in civil procedure? Is that what this, I always heard this is, like, the worst part of law school, the civil procedure. Is this what this all comes under? Because I'm so curious how much of this line of questioning is valid, or he couldn't object to anything here, right? Because what are we doing? Are we like submitting this kind of as like character evidence basically to show that like, well, look, you do take women furniture shopping, and look, you do talk about raping women, you take furniture shopping, so look, you did. I don't know, but I'm not sure what I don't even know what all you read to find all that. Yeah. Objections will likely be taught during evidence or during mock trial, pre-trial / trial advocacy. I don't think his lawyers can. I think they can only intervene on behalf of the process, but I don't know. Well, you're allowed to, I believe, with one exception, and I don't remember what it is, you're allowed to object during a deposition, but unlike in court, the witness can still be compelled to answer, except with one exception. I don't remember what it was. But I think the important thing of objecting in a deposition is I think if you don't file your objection during the deposition, when it comes up in court, I don't think you can object later in court if it's not done during the deposition. So I think that even if your client still answers, I think you can object here during the deposition so that if this line of questioning is brought up in court, you can do the same. I believe so.
That was true. You actually took this woman in.
I think so. I mean, it's been a long time ago. How long is it?
Is this part showing a pattern of behavior or actually implying that in the Access Hollywood tape, Trump was talking about Carol? I'm guessing it's like character evidence establishing a pattern of behavior. But pattern of behavior stuff, I think, is like very particular. You have to be very careful, like what a judge will allow or won't allow. But also, I've looked at criminal cases and I've looked at like civil cases, and the standards for these are probably very different. And I don't even know in my head, again, because I don't have professional litigation experience. I haven't read any of the rules like in a formal setting, so I could be mixing things up or just not aware. But like in the Rittenhouse case, for example, they wanted to submit a tape of Kyle outside of a store saying that he wanted to go and shoot people who were robbing or something. Kyle Rittenhouse, outside, store, shoot, robbers, something like this. I don't know why the fuck I looked for this. The state prosecutor wanted to submit this evidence, and they argued about it. I don't know if you would call this pretrial, but in the judge's chambers, they argued about this beforehand, and the judge said that he wouldn't allow this character evidence to be submitted. I'm guessing because it was too different from the case at hand. But maybe in a civil case, maybe it would have been allowed because it's a different type of case. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah.
That was true. You actually took this woman in.
I think so. It's been a long time ago. It's how long is it? A long time ago. But I think so. I do think so.
Is that the only occasion when you took a woman shopping?
I think so.
And you say, and again, this has become very famous in this video.
Super prejudicial footage and not really relevant. I think super prejudicial footage can be okay if it's very relevant, though, right? Like if Kyle would have been. Like, if Kyle would have been in a car talking with a friend and he would have said something like, man, if there's ever one of these BLM riots in my area, I'm going to bring my gun and start killing people. Like, if he would have said something like that, I imagine that might have been evidence, like character evidence you could have submitted to the court, I think. Federal Rule of Evidence 404. Details when character evidence is allowed. Each state would have its own evidence code, but they're mostly based on federal rules. Matt Taibbi is appearing at a QAnon convention. Is that true? Rule 403, more prejudicial than probative.
It's been a long time ago. How long was it? A long time ago. But I think so. I do think so.
Is that the only occasion when you took a woman shopping?
I think so.
And you say, and again,
one
this has
time.
become very famous
Only one
in this
time.
video. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything.
Like, what? Like, is this really allowed as character evidence, or is it because it's a civil case? Are the standards different, or because this just seems like you're fucked? Like, I would never, ever, ever want. I would never want this ever to be in a civil case. Like, imagine I get accused of I don't even know, being like civilly liable for beating somebody up. And it's like, well, we've got 15,000 clips of Dusty on stream saying, I would kill a person if they cut me in line at the grocery store. It's like, bro, this was on stream. No fucking shot. Are you going to play this in front of a fucking jury? That's bullshit. I'm losing this case every time. If you can roll the footage on all of these fucking things. Jeez.
Even wait.
But again, this is civil, not criminal, so it might be different. Never heard your opinion on gun control and assault rifle ban. What would your definition be for an assault rifle? I don't know. I think it's a stupid word. Assault rifles are black rifles that look spooky and are usually semi-auto. And shoot, what are they? Is it medium? Is it a medium-sized cartridge? Is that what a rifle cartridge is considered medium? You can prepare a client for days, but they'll still often go rogue, especially if they think they're smarter than the attorney. You can't stop them mid-deposition except during breaks. Oh, intermediate cartridge, that's the word. Do you really not know about what the judge didn't allow in the Kyle R. case? What do you mean, do I really not know? Didn't I just say what he didn't allow?
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything. That's what you said, correct?
Well, historically, that's true with stars.
It's true with stars that they can grab women by the pussy?
Well, that's what it's, if you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true. Unfortunately or fortunately.
Like, why would you say this? My God. Like, why the fuck would you ever say that? It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. See, like, this makes me really want to watch the... Now... Oh, no, wait, it's a... This was a state... Can you do civil litigation in federal court? Is there, like, federal civil litigation? Is there a video inside the courtroom of this? Like, did this come up? This is horrible. This sounds so horrible. My God. Fuck me.
Okay, that's true with stars.
It's true with stars that they can grab women by the pussy?
Well, that's what it's, if you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but...
Oh, the trial wasn't filmed? Okay.
Unfortunately or fortunately.
And you consider yourself to be a star?
I think you can say that. Yeah.
And now you said before, a couple of minutes ago, that this was just locker room talk.
It's locker room talk.
And so does that mean that you didn't really mean it?
No, it's locker room talk. I don't know. It's just the way people talk.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with someone by the name of Natasha Stoynoff?
No.
Natasha Stoynoff.
You'll have to give me a little bit of
Do you remember she wrote about you a lot when she worked at People magazine?
Oh, I do remember there was some woman that wrote, and then she, a long time later, I think she wrote a wonderful story. And then a long time later, as I remember it, a long time later she said that I was aggressive with her. But she wrote the most beautiful story. And then all of a sudden, like, is it a year or 2 years later, she comes out with this phony story that I said, well, why would she have written such a good story for People magazine? She wrote a really nice piece. And then all of a sudden, like, years or months, many months later, she came up with this phony charge.
there any possibility you'd be brought up as an expert witness in one of his trials? Absolutely not. I don't know if I would ever be expertised on anything that would be relevant here. Usually expert witnesses are people also that have some court experience. Like I think people will have like billable like expert witness as part of their like almost credentials, like it's somebody that is usually in court. An expert witness is somebody that's brought in to testify on things that they haven't directly witnessed. That's why they're an expert. Usually this is like psychologists or forensics people, or it could be like police training. It really depends on the case, but there would be no reason. Like the only thing I could ever be like an expert in would be like theoretically maybe in like a Tim Pool case, where it's like you would say that you're a streamer, right? Yeah. What do you think is an ordinary like amount of money that you'd receive for a certain deal? Like, oh, $10,000 for this video. So would you say this would be a high amount of money? Maybe that, but I don't even know if I would call it. I have no idea. So maybe like streaming or streaming stuff.
And like, years, months, many months later, she came up with this phony charge.
Let's watch a video, and again, I apologize for the technology, where you talk about Ms. Stoynoff's allegations.
Are we marking this?
We're going to mark it. It's a clip of a video from a campaign event in West Palm Beach on October 13, 2016. We're going to mark it.
On the using your stream shit in a theoretical trial, I assume, since it's a private recording, it's the most important factor. If you said something raunchy and borderline sexual harassment live on The Apprentice, I think it wouldn't be as good evidence. Yeah, sure, maybe.
Of a video from a campaign event in West Palm Beach on October 13, 2016. We're going to mark it as DJT 36.
Then there was a writer from People magazine who wrote a story on Melania and myself on our first anniversary. The story was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was lovely. But last night we hear that after 12 years, this took place 12 years ago, this story, a new claim that I made inappropriate advances during the interview to this writer. And I ask a very simple question. Why wasn't it part of the story that appeared 20 or 12 years ago? Why wasn't it part of the story? Why didn't they make it part of the story? I was one of the biggest stars on television with The Apprentice, and it would have been one of the biggest stories of the year. Think of it. She's doing this story on Melania, who's pregnant at the time, and Donald Trump, our one-year anniversary. And she said I made inappropriate advances. And by the way...
Can't he just say that 100% of what he says is for entertainment purposes and excuse himself from the implications to his character? Maybe on a YouTube video, but no. You'd have to make a stronger argument.
The area was a public area, people all over the place.
Right, didn't Alex Jones try that?
Take a look. You take a look. Look at her words. You tell me what you think. I don't think so. I don't think.
You'd agree with me that the person you were just talking about in that video was Natasha Stoynoff, correct?
Yes.
You're familiar with a woman by the name of Jessica Leeds?
No, I don't think so. Explain. Go ahead.
Does that mean that just refresh your recollection of who
Yes,
Jessica Leeds is?
this woman made up a story, just like your client made it up. Just made up a story. Having to do with sitting next to me in an airplane. And, I'll have to read this again, but that story was so false also. But this was, I guess, making out as opposed to what your client said. This story was so false. This is a disgrace also.
And do you recall...
Do you know the questions that you're going to be asked beforehand in a deposition? My guess would be no. Maybe you're given the general subject matter, but my guess is no, but... No, I'm sure, okay. Also, damn. Listen to the advice your attorneys give you before any of this shit. It feels like he rambles. This is so much extra stupid shit that I don't know, maybe they feel like that's the only way he can win, or he's just stupid. I have no idea.
Your client said, this story was so false. This is a disgrace also.
And do you recall speaking about Ms. Leeds' allegations at campaign events in 2016?
I might have. I thought it was so, like your client, I thought it was so ridiculous.
Okay, let's take a look at the next video, which is DJT 38.
Hopefully our great movement, and there's never been anything like this in the United States, and the only way they figure they can slow it down is to come up with people that are willing to say, oh, I was with Donald Trump in 1980. I was sitting with him on an airplane. And he went after me on the plane. Yeah, I'm going to go after. Believe me, she would not be my first choice, that I can tell you. Man, you don't know. That would not be my first choice.
When you said in that video that Ms. Leeds would not be your first choice, you were referring to her physical look, correct?
Just the overall. I look at her, I see her, I hear what she says, whatever. You wouldn't be a choice of mine either, to be honest with you. I hope you're not insulted.
Like, why? Why would you? Why?
I would not, under any circumstances, have any interest in you. I'm honest when I say it. I would not have any interest in.
The video we just watched, when we talked about Miss Leeds. What else do we know about Miss Leeds that would indicate to you that she would not have been your first choice, other than how she looked?
I don't know. I think I probably saw her on television or something. But I don't want to be insulting. But when people accuse me of something, I think I have a right to be insulting because they're insulting me. They're doing the ultimate insult. They make up stories, and then I'm not allowed to speak my mind. No, I disagree with that. No, but she would not have been anywhere on the list. It just wouldn't have been for me. It's disgusting. It's what she said was disgusting. Can you imagine doing that on an airplane? What she said? I'm doing that on an airplane. That's almost as ridiculous as doing it in Bergdorf Goodman in a dressing room.
Isn't it true that just a few minutes ago you couldn't remember the date of your engagement to your current wife, Melania?
No. We're talking about a different thing. We're talking about a woman where something happened that was inappropriate. Right? Inappropriate. It's highly inappropriate.
What was the relevance of that question?
Disgusting. Been anywhere on a list? It just wouldn't have been for me. It's disgusting. It's what she said was disgusting.
Are we getting?
Can you imagine doing that on an airplane? What she said? I'm doing that on an airplane. That's almost as ridiculous as doing it in Bergdorf Goodman in a dressing room.
Isn't it true that just a few minutes ago you couldn't remember the date of your engagement to your current wife, Melania?
No. We're talking about a different thing. We're talking about a woman where something happened that was inappropriate. Right? Inappropriate. It's highly inappropriate. She would remember that date. I would imagine she would have complained to the airline. She would know the flight. She would know everything about it. She didn't even know the year, as I remember it. Just like your client doesn't know the year, doesn't know anything about it. If something happened like that to your client would know the second. She'd know down to the second. She'd know the day, the month, the year, right down to the second.
In the last paragraph of the statement that you made on June 21 that appears in the Laura Lipton tweet, DJ 220, you said as follows.
Last paragraph what?
DJ 220.
What is it?
You say as follows. The world should know what's really going on. It is a disgrace, and people should pay dearly for such false accusations. You see that? And the person you meant who should pay dearly for such false accusations was Eugene Carroll, correct?
Yeah, and I think the attorneys should. I think the attorneys like you are a big part of it. Because you know it's a phony case.
What else do you know about me?
Jesus. Well, did they even try to, did they try to countersue? Was it dismissed? Or did they just not even try? Saying that he didn't think the attorney was his type either is crazy? Yeah, holy fuck. His pattern of always being on the attack is made so fucking clear. Yeah, Jesus, attack. It's the conservative shamelessness. Yeah, you always just keep attacking. Always keep attacking. Most influential / inflammatory people of the culture war linked to Steve Bannon and Breitbart. Charlie Kirk wrote for them in 2012. His father was the project architect for Trump Tower. Steve Bannon interviewing Epstein at the Young Turks. Watch Roger Stone's deposition. Wait, what is he deposed for? Holy shit. What is this? 5.5 hours. Which case was he deposed for? Was this for the first time he was arrested? And then he was, this is what Trump ended up, I think it was commuting his sentence and then pardoning him. It wasn't commuting, it was something else. You diminished the sentence and then he pardoned him later. This is completely unrelated. This is some random guy saying, oh gosh, watch the raid couple. He's completely coked out of his mind. How long does cocaine last? You'd have to be going on break like 30 minutes, right? Isn't coke, for cocaine, aren't you up and down in like less than 30, 40 minutes? Oh, Clemens said that's right. I don't actually know. They said 1 hour. What did they say? What did they say? $10 to 90 minutes. You're peaking from like 15 to 30 minutes. Okay. Or you're peaking for about 15 to 30 minutes. Is considered a heavy dose of cocaine. Why does it feel like people sniff so much more? I guess it's probably because it's not pure cocaine, it's cut with other shit. I'm never watching this before.
They're on
matter of Players versus Stone?
See, he's right there with petty. Obviously, it's not petty, Mr. Stone. You have time's not more valuable than mine.
You have little to no respect for court or judicial processes.
I'm low.
You learned the hard way, right?
Objection. Not answering.
Just because you're delusional does not mean that I have to be badgered by you.
Am I delusional? You were convicted of 7 counts?
I'm not going to answer that question.
You're going to wind up getting sanctioned, Mr. Michel.
No, you're going to wind up getting sanctioned, Mr. It's like you are in D.C. So let's go.
Let's not do that.
Why is he touching him so much? Who's talking to him over here? This is the enemy, the plaintiff's lawyer, I'm assuming?
Why not? Not going to be badgered.
A masterclass on how to appear 785% guilty of what you are accused of. Oh, is it his own lawyer that's touching him? Why is his own lawyer fighting him so much? Wait, why is he fighting his own lawyer so much?
We're on record for the deposition of Roger Stone.
He's going there with petty to me.
Or no, wait, hold on. He's talking to the other lawyer, but his lawyer's trying to calm him down, maybe, right?
Obviously, it's not petty, Mr. Stone. You have time's not more valuable than mine. You have little to no respect for court or judicial processes.
The guy, right? He's talking to somebody else over here, but the guy touching him is not the one talking. I'm guessing.
I'm lower.
Okay, yeah.
Objection. Not answering.
Just because you're delusional does not mean that I have to be badgered.
Am I delusional? You were convicted of 7 counts?
I'm not going to answer that question.
You're going to wind up getting sanctioned, Mr. Michel.
No, you're going to wind up getting sanctioned. It's like you are in D.C. So let's go.
Let's not do that.
Why not? Not going to be badgered.
You're not badgered.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
You know whether they removed documents that would be produced?
I don't think they would do that. They'd do enough.
If you don't know one way or the other.
Either do you.
Well, we'll find out. I'm asking questions.
This is just a
Ask
waste
your
of
next
time.
question.
That's a legitimate question.
Okay. Well, I disagree.
Also, my questions about telling the truth are quite relevant in light of the history of this defense.
You've got your own problems in that regard, don't you?
So you're not
on a structure.
Yeah. Are you going to wind up getting yourself sanctioned, Mr. Dupree?
No, you're going to get yourself sanctioned, Mr. Dupree. As you have been in D.C. as I recall.
So you could glean that out of the cosmos?
You know how politics work. People talk. People do that something like that. What were circumstances? How would you get on? Why would you leave a reservation you found it?
Who talked?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No, no.
You're lying, aren't you?
No, you're lying, aren't you?
You're a liar, aren't you? Stop.
And you're about to be ousted from the bar.
Stop. Let's take a break.
Have you molesting your own children there?
Jesus Christ! Can you be held in contempt for behavior during a deposition? Is that possible? Or do you get sanctioned, or what is the? You get sanctioned. The judges rush. Okay, I wonder what a sanction does in a court process.
I read the court decision.
That's almost happening.
From the bar.
Stop. Let's take a break.
Have fun molesting your own children there?
He's 1,000,000% a Russian asset, as is Flynn. Stone is absolutely, from the little I've gleaned, a Russian asset for sure. Flynn may or may not be, not sure. Stone, absolutely, he is. I think when we go through the Mueller indictment, we'll probably get more into that, I imagine. But
I read the court decision.
You read that? Huh?
Yeah, I did.
Did you read anything else?
Fuck you.
It's not a personal attack to say I've never won a court case in my life.
That was my impression at the time. I believed it at the time I said it.
It's not a personal attack to say that my IQ is less than 7.
he kind of looks like he's tweaking on the come down of drugs. I don't know if I've gotten that impression at all. 99% of the time, I feel like most of you guys just have actually never done any recreational drugs ever. People will just say anytime somebody's upset or angry. I see these people have done this to me for 15 years. Anytime you're mad or angry, they're like, oh, he's on drugs. Oh, he's tweaking. He's on drugs. Some people are just very energetic. I mean, there might be signs that he gives later on, or there might be signs in this that he is on drugs, but just being angry or upset or unhinged doesn't mean you're on drugs.
Court case in my life?
That was my impression at the time.
He might tweak his way of life. He might be psychologically tweaking. Talking about Russian assets, how about our Five Eyes assets? Destiny, if I recall. First wife, Lockheed Martin Air Force parents, Tate CIA father, ABBA, Canadian military oppression fit, Homeland Security. Oh, sure. Conservative podcasters portray themselves as more intelligent than those who don't agree with them politically, that if they were in control, all of USA's problems would all be gone by now. They don't have the confidence to know where the money is coming from. Oh, sure.
I believe it at the time I said it.
It's not a personal attack to say that my IQ is less than 70.
That was my opinion at the time.
A moron and a retard?
I didn't those words in that.
Moron's here, though.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I wonder how Stone feels, though, working for people. I guess he probably likes people behind the scenes more than anything else, right? Because Stone is intelligent, or at least from I've heard him speak, the little I've heard him speak, Roger Stone is a very intelligent person. He's a very intelligent person. And to have to be giving orders to Trump who's like fucking retarded, I can't imagine.
So you're also referring to me, weren't you, in the statement?
Wild conjecture on your part.
Again, there's context here. Stone and the guy asking questions of a contentious history. Gotcha.
Okay, morons here, though.
That's the reason.
Okay. So you're also referring to me, weren't you, in the statement?
Wild conjecture on your part.
I'm a lawyer.
Wild conjecture on your part. Where's the word lawyer?
And you're suggesting I help him lie, correct?
Where does it say that?
That's a phrase that's used with
But where does it say that? It doesn't say that. You put words in my
Well,
mouth. You're not that clever.
do some research on defamation by implication.
Good luck.
Apparently you've done a lot of research but won't testify truthfully.
Good luck.
Listen. And in fact, this is exactly why you recruited Cassandra Fairbanks to go on Newsmax and defame Dr. Corsi.
Categorically false, and for which you have no evidence whatsoever. Wild conjecture
But
on your part.
in fact, that statement is markedly similar to what Cassandra Fairbanks said on InfoWars.
Then that might be, if that's true, just because you say it doesn't make it true, that would be a coincidence.
And
since I never instructed Cassandra Fairbanks to do anything.
And in fact, you worked with your friend.
Like, are you allowed to? Is this like real? Are you allowed to do this? Because this is like a movie, right? Where somebody takes a stand and then like the lawyer and the witness are like arguing with each other like back and forth. It's like no, is it no? Some Good Men? Is that the name of it? Where no, it's not that. Fuck, what's the name of the A Few Good Men? Yeah, it's like this shit.
Tom Gray!
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer it.
Jesus, going back and forth.
John Cardillo set me up to go on InfoWars to have Cassandra Fairbanks appear and defame my client.
I'd say, earlier you called me paranoid, I'd say you're the one who's paranoid because that is entirely false.
Does 2 and 2 equal 4, Mr. Stone?
But as far as I know, it does.
Bears live in the woods?
Do you have any proof? Evidence? Real evidence? Not just wild conjecture, evidence.
Oh, circumstantial evidence.
No, you don't even have circumstantial evidence. You have recorded. You have some proof that I spoke to Cassandra Fairbanks about this? You have nothing. In fact, most of your complaints have nothing.
Like this is just like they're like e-debating, right? There's like blood sports.
Wild conjecture.
Everything about you is conjecture, right?
No, everything about you is conjecture. It's your reputation. You sue at the drop of a hat, but where's your evidence?
Is that your defense in your criminal prosecution?
We're not discussing that, and you know it.
Were you source?
No, but I sue.
I guess if you want to ask her, if you want to source, I guess I can ask her about
You can ask her, but she does not have to answer any questions regarding her source, whether they're me or not.
What you're saying is you were a source to the media?
I never said prosecution. False, categorically false. God, you are an asshole. You really are a jerk. Go ahead. Continue.
Let's go. 2 and 2 equals 4, doesn't it?
You have nothing.
Is that a saying?
No, wild.
Is that a saying?
Proof, evidence, Larry.
Is that a
Evidence,
saying?
proof, Larry. Evidence, proof, evidence. Not guessing on your part with nothing. You have nothing. This proves nothing.
That's what you told Mueller, right? You have nothing. That's what you're playing?
Why is it your default assumption that intelligent people are annoyed with less intelligent people? Trump and Stone could be besties. Well, because Trump probably could have done the Jan 6 stuff better. There was probably a more optimal pathway for him to take if he wasn't an actual fucking retard that would have ensured him the election. But he's like a narcissistic man-child, and he's just kind of like crying and whining at the people around him to try to solve issues for him, and he just doesn't. He's inept and incapable on his own.
I'm not going to discuss the criminal case. If you want to keep insulting me, this will be over. You can go back to the judge.
I don't think in general, like, Roger Stone hates everyone around him that's unintelligent, but I mean, like, Trump just was so incompetent, and he was the guy that Roger Stone was banking on, so.
That's what your clients argued at the trial.
I'm not going to discuss the criminal case. If you want to keep insulting me, this will be over. You can go back to the judge like a little bitch.
I'm doing what?
If you want to keep insulting me, I will just end this and you go running back to the judge.
Did you just call me a bitch?
You're acting like one. You're acting like one. You don't have anything, my friend. You got nothing. You have a wild guess. If you have some evidence that I communicated with Ruddy or Cardillo.
You talked to him in 2022? Yeah, but it was like part of a politics Discord AMA. I think I asked him like a 2-minute. It's like a very short question.
Or Clemente or Cassandra, produce it. You got nothing. You're not going to get anything by interviewing me because it's not true.
You withheld it, can
I haven't withheld it. You prove I withheld it. Do that. But you don't have to do that either.
No, we'll look for it.
You can look for it all you fucking want. You'll find nothing.
Ask a question.
This it reaches a point of absurdity.
Mr. Stone, a few minutes ago you called me a bitch.
No, I said you're acting like one.
What is a bitch?
What's the point of that?
I'm not going to answer.
I know what he meant.
I'm not going to answer the question. So
Come on.
Ask a serious question.
Ask a question. Let's.
You sit there and make attacks on me, and when I respond, you don't like it.
Well, what is bitch? I'm entitled to know what you meant by bitch.
Acting like a bitch.
Come on.
What is a bitch?
Stop.
You don't know?
Stop.
You're unfamiliar with the term?
Is that someone who's gay?
Stop.
No, it is not.
Stop.
It's not. It is not a slur of any kind.
It's not funny.
No, I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of that. But
Why don't you ask questions like who was on the committee? These are leading, assuming facts.
You can ask your questions. Have fun.
Believe me, we will.
Yeah, have
Believe
fun.
me, we will.
Have fun. Have fun.
All right. Only 3 or 4
I
days.
look forward to having you there.
Yeah, me too.
If you're not in prison at that time.
If you're not disbarred by then.
All right, I'm sorry.
I like my odds better than yours.
After you were sued for tortiously interfering with news.
Do you have a contract with them? Do you have an obligation to put you on the air? Do you have some God-given right to be on the air whenever you want to be? I'm unaware of that.
I'm asking you a question.
No, I'll say anything I like, Larry.
I know you will. I know you will. I know you will.
Jackass.
Mr. told you it was on appeal.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Well, you may need to take an appeal.
I may.
You've appeared and you've spoken to the Republican
Yes, I have.
Party.
I speak third party whenever they ask. or for the various Trump groups whenever they ask, and I do so for free.
And who has arranged for those speeches?
They usually contact me directly.
What are the names of persons?
Relevance?
Who? Well,
I don't recall.
You may have spoken to them about these various matters.
But I didn't. If you have some evidence that I did, say their name. You say their name.
No, I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you.
Just give me the names of the people that invited you to speak. You just say the fuck name?
I did.
I also didn't mention that I wanted.
What?
Give me the names of the people that invited you to speak. You just say the fuck name?
I did.
I also didn't mention that I won a judgment against Judicial Watch for defaming me.
I've not seen any such thing.
Well, you can go back on the internet and figure that one out.
He's not even a lawyer, and he's kicking your ass.
Well, I'm glad that you're so supportive of Trump.
I think he does an excellent
Apparently
job.
he's supportive of you.
He's entitled to that. It's called the First Amendment. I may not be familiar.
You're aware that Clinton testified that I never was ousted from Judicial Watch because of the sexual harassment?
No, I don't know.
Perhaps you will become that in the course of this case.
I doubt this case will get very far because it's a conspiracy theory based on no evidence.
Conspiracies happen, don't they, Mr.
They do, but in this case, it's fantasy.
Can you ask a question that's relevant
You're
to
delusional.
your
You're
lawsuit?
deeply delusional.
Are you saying I'm mentally unstable?
That's not what I said. I said you're delusional.
Stop. Ask what.
The lawyer's getting triggered too, I'm pretty sure, right? Unless there's some strategy to also like appearing mad as fuck and having this back and forth, but I don't know.
Question a lawyer would ask, please.
I am a lawyer.
You couldn't keep that, so you're delusional.
Stop. Ask a question a lawyer would ask, please.
I am a lawyer.
You could fool me.
You haven't shown a lack of judgment with regard to your...
Not compared to you.
That comment is not a
Not
question.
compared to you.
It's not a question.
How come you can't practice in the Southern District? Why won't they let you practice there if you're Mr. Ethical?
I can't practice.
Stop.
Only if you attach the judge's order.
I have a case right now. When you work for me as a consultant, but you had a fiduciary duty to keep what I told you confidential.
And you have no evidence that I did not do so.
Objection.
None whatsoever.
And there's
Sufficient
no basis for a fiduciary duty.
What are you, the judge?
You didn't pay me a dime. You owe me money as a matter of fact.
And your staff left with equipment that I paid for, correct?
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. No one believes you. You have no credibility.
So all documents you can support of your lawsuits being found against
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll litigate it in court.
Excellent. You can lose again.
So you're just putting something in.
Look, don't get argumentative with me. You're gonna have a chance to cross-examine Mr. Bouchel.
Yes, indeed. We're looking forward to that.
Yes.
I'll be there.
I hope so.
Many questions for you.
I hope so. You may be in prison by then, but maybe
You'll be disbarred by then.
Mr. Claimant.
It's taking faster on you than me, pal. I'm not
Tell
going
me
to read your
whether anything's
biography.
inaccurate.
I'm not going to read your biography and all of your asinine claims because you're an egomaniac. I'm just not going to do that. If you have a specific question,
Sir, we'll go to the court about it.
I agree. Let's go to the court. I want to do that. Your reputation here is well known. Well known.
I'm asking you. You can take your time, go through it paragraph by paragraph. Tell me if anything's inaccurate.
I'm not going to do that.
We went through this yesterday.
We didn't. I didn't ask it that
He
way.
likes to hear his biography. It makes him feel important.
Okay, certified.
Yes, please do. I'd like to speak to the judge myself about this.
Better do it quick.
Before you're disbarred.
Stop. Mr. Claimant.
No further questions. This deposition is concluded for now, subject to my going.
Apparently, the attorney that Stone is fighting with, critics have described him as a gadfly. And a racist, a frivolous litigator, and a conspiracy theorist, while Klayman describes himself as a modern-day John Adams in a fight for justice. His litigation tactics have led to criticism and to sanctions from legal authorities, including a ban from appearing in 2 courtrooms and suspensions for 1 of his law licenses. Jesus, everyone here is wacky.
Going back and moving the court to produce all the documents that we requested.
Subject to you still being admitted to the bar. Please note that for the record.
We were watching finance question. How the fuck do people end up with like $40,000 in debt? I would never take out lines of credit and shit. I don't know how people are still alive, ending up so far in debt. Under which circumstances would you take on debt, especially that degree, if you ever would? I don't think you should ever take on debt like that, ever. The only 2 debts I think are acceptable in life are a mortgage and potentially a car payment. People that accumulate more and more debt, what happens is you only see your financial life is only the monthly payments that you make and not your total outstanding credit liabilities. So as long as people can make the monthly payments, they think that they're probably okay. And then what happens is as long as you're making your monthly payments and as long as you're making your monthly payments and you have an income, the credit card companies will slowly bump your limits up, or you can request a limit bump and then you can just spend more and it just continues over and over and over again. Yeah. Oh, student loans are also,
out with her. What are the chances of that happening? What are the chances? And frankly,
what about emergencies? I would try if you can. I would try to work something out with the hospital. I don't know if loading up a credit card for an ER visit is a good idea. But
what are the chances? And frankly, I know you're going to say it's a terrible thing to say, but it couldn't have happened. It didn't happen. And she would not have been the chosen one. she would not have been the chosen one. She has gone around for years saying this story. Everywhere I go, she says this story. And it's a total lie.
Is this whole press conference just him repeating this statement over and over and over and over and over again? How does one build credit? I don't know. Get a credit card, just pay it off every month. But don't ever accumulate or don't ever roll your debt from one month to the next.
Now, I assume she'll sue me now for defamation like I got sued by E. Jean Carroll, who interestingly said she's been hurt, damaged, but she's made more money since she did this than she ever made in her life. She gets paid a lot of money to go talking bad things about me. So remember this whole thing started, along with just about every other case I'm involved with the political campaign of Harris, and who's having a bad time because she can't talk, of Harris and Joe Biden. This was election interference. It all is. It's all fabricated. But fabricated in front of very friendly judges for them and in very friendly areas for them. If you get a jury, it's very hard to win in a jury where you have 3 or 4 or 5% Republican votes.
Do you think a credit score of 700 is decent? I think 740 qualifies you for the highest rates. I believe 740 is the cutoff. Someone in chat said, that's wrong and won't build debt. You should keep a small balance under 20% to actually build credit. So some people will talk to you about credit utilization and they'll say that that's essential to build credit. That's bullshit. You don't have to float a balance to build credit. I don't think I've ever floated a balance on a credit card in literally my entire life. And I think my credit score is like 820. You don't have to maintain a balance on your credit.
Wait, let's move everybody else because
to build credit. That's just not true. And whatever money you might save on future loans by constantly having a 20% revolving balance, you're going to lose that money in interest payments on your card.
Oh, the world.
Just if you want a credit card or two for points or whatever, get them, but just make sure you make the entire statement balance at the end of every single month.
Very, very tough, actually. 2 witnesses. One is named Jessica Leeds. So she was up again. She can't get rid of her. She was up. She said I was in an airplane doing that. A couple of things. You have an armrest in planes back in those days. Oh, by the way, she didn't know anything about the flight, where we were going.
Wait, what? You won't be able to buy a car without that balance. You have to show a credit card balance to buy a car? Without the credit history or a house. I don't know why you think having a higher balance on a credit card would help you ever buy a car. Payments equal history. Yes, but you can have a credit history by using a credit card and paying the statement balance in full at the end of every month. You don't have to float. You don't have to float a balance that you're getting charged huge interest rates on. You can just use the card and then pay it off every month, right? You don't have to float.
do so enjoy explaining things to kids.
think about you sometimes. I still wanna call you sometimes. I still think about you sometimes, sometimes. I still think about you, still think about you sometimes. I still wanna call you sometimes. I still think about you sometimes. I still think about you sometimes. I still think about you sometimes. I like overreacting to past things, like where you at, text delivering, and you don't respond to the jealousy. No, it's not a threat, I could get another nigga easily. That's the type of shit that I would say to me. 'Cause when I get upset, I'll blow up everything. Even though you're the one that I still really need. I guess time gave me clarity, clarity. I still think about you sometimes. I still wanna call you sometimes. I still think about you sometimes.
saved me, Joe. You took an 11-year-old boy with a broken heart, and you gave him a home and so much love. No son ever felt more love from his father.
No father ever felt more proud of his son.
Refresher piece. Gouge of valor. Still hard, steady aim. Sometimes I swear that bird is just showing off. We're in this together. Demacia is counting on us. What do you see up there? Val's stealing all the glory again. Buy me some time. So many eyes. Need eyes on us. Stay on the target. Chase Flush him out. Demacia needs heroes. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Stick to the plan, Val. Gouge of valor. Stay alert. We Demacians are no easy prey. Eyes in the sky. Go for the eyes. We're in this together. Now! What do you see up there? Val's stealing all the glory again. Valor to me. Gouge him, Valor. Valor. Has been destroyed. Demacian needs heroes. Stick to the plan, Val. An enemy has been slain. Eyes in the sky. Now. Go for the eyes. Stay alert.
Blast him, Gauntlet.
Now you see. Now you don't.
Marvel at that. This will be fun. Ezreal is victorious. Here.
This will be fun. Just a little bit closer.
marvel at that! Look at this here!
There's a reason she's alone. You can't pin her down because now I need her home. I need her around. She says there's beauty in the hills, deeper the sky. So don't be sad because I'm wrong. It keeps me alive. To impress her, it's too damn hard. To stay loyal without going too far. If I see her again, promise I won't She wasn't back tonight, and I don't know about you. My money's on the night. It takes her away like I do. My charm is twinkling out of her eyes, of her eyes. She will never grow old or change her mind. She'll talk about it later on. From seeing the sights, there's something wonderful and odd about the escape. And how you want them to be gone, you want them to stay. And impressing her is just so damn hard. I want her back, and please don't go too far. If I see her again, promise I won't She doesn't come back much. No one misses her like I do. I hope she's having fun, doing what she wants to, and send a postcard or two from the sights sometime. To impress her, it's just too damn hard. And I want her back, but she's gone too far. If I see her again, promise I won't cry. Can you forgive my science? Just that in my mind, I dissect past vices, thought detection ruined my life. Bound with so minuscule, like an energy I only know how to avoid. It's just the way I've survived, and my memories stay home. Where they're living, it's so dark. Hate that they're alone. Wanna pull them close in my arms. And I wanna feel it. torched by what I survived. Now my memories stay home. Where they were living was so dark. Never be alone. Come closer into my arms. I wanna feel you. No longer aloof. I wanna free you. 'Cause I'll repeat what I said. I'll be this way forever. So go on, rest in my head. I need us here together. There's a reason we got on, and I can see the design evolve. So we should stay together. No self when the mind is off and fighting it, but everything is numb. Let down, no let down, no let down, no let down, no let down. Break down, break down, break down, break down. Scared to be so let down, no let down, let down, no let down. Where was I? Was lost. I've been found. I've been found. I've been found with precision. Let me feel the pain again. Doctor, quit your numbing. The procedure's done. My unseen history and I are one.
My nose is all bled. Burn a mark when you let me go. It's like you don't even know what you're selling me. Clock time down this empty street all alone. All alone. I never given it up this way. Never given it up this way. Now please stop. And know that you're running me rapid. I really gotta try for this. Try for this. And I really gotta try for this. And try that you're running me rapid. I really gotta try for this. Try for this. Boy, I sit on the carpet. I really want a chance to let go of your body. Say the boss, say yeah. They won't find us if we get lost on the road. Boy, I sit on the carpet. I really want a chance to let go of your body. Say the boss, say yeah. They won't find us if we get lost on the road. Boy, I sit on the carpet. I really want a chance to let go of your body. Say the boss, say yeah. They won't find us if we get lost.
is fog in our story. You're on. I wanna roll with you, make it a fight in the sun. Who will survive and who will be gone? You can yell and cry, but I will move on. Feels like I'm losing it all again. Seems I will never be whole, pretend. You see a side of me that I wanna hide here tonight. Freeze, hold the living inside your head. Please don't put me to rest as honest. Go make your profit. There's a chase on my heels, I caught it. Is it just closeness that you want? It's past 11 o'clock and I'm out of time. Getting through the lock and no key to find. Looking all around at the station, are we frozen? Failing to understand how I can hear your mind. Racing on and on through the years of time. Future is our home and I need to get back to we've been taken over.
There's a reason she's alone. You can't pin her down because no one needs her home. I need her around. She says there's beauty in the hills, truth in the sky. So don't be sad because I'm wrong. It keeps me alive. To impress her, it's too damn hard to stay loyal without going too far. If I see her again, promise I won't She wasn't back tonight, and I don't know about you, but my money's on the night. It takes her away like I do. My charm is twinkling out of her eyes, of her eyes. She will never grow old or change her mind. She'll talk about it later on when seeing the sights. There's something wonderful and odd about the escape and how you want them to be gone. You want them to stay. And impressing her is just so damn hard. I want her back, and please don't go too far. If I see her again, promise I won't She doesn't come back much. No one misses her like I do. I hope she's having fun, doing what she wants to, and send a postcard or two from the sights sometime. To impress her, it's just too damn hard. And I want her back, but she's gone too far. If I see her again, promise I won't cry. Can you forgive my science? Just sit in my mind. I dissect past vices, thought detection ruined my life. Bound with so minuscule, like an energy I only know how to avoid. It's just the way I've survived. And my memories stay home. Where they're living, it's so dark. Hate that they're alone. Wanna pull them close in my arms. And I wanna feel can't ignore. I've been forged by what I survived. Now my memories stay home. Where they were living was so dark. Never be alone. Come closer into my arms. And I wanna feel you. No longer aloof. And I wanna free you. 'Cause I'll repeat what I've said. I'll be this way forever. So go on, rest in my head. I'll need us here together. There's a reason we got on, and I can see the design evolve. So we should stay together. No self when the mind is off and fighting it, but everything is numb. Let down, no let down, no let down, no let down, no let down. Break down, break down, break down, break down. Scared to be so let down, no let down, let down, no let down. Where was I? Was lost. I've been found, I've been found, I've been found with precision. Let me feel the pain again. Doctor, quit your numbing. The procedure's done. My unseen history and I are one. Burn the mark when you let me go. It's like you don't even know what you're selling me. Clock time down this empty street all alone. All alone. I never given it up this way. Never given it up this way. Now please stop and know that you're running me rapid. I really gotta try for this. Try for this, and I really gotta try for this. And try that you wanna be rapid. I really gotta try for this. Try for this. Boy, I sit on the carpet. I really want a chance to let go of your body. Say the boss, say yeah. They won't find us if we get lost on the road. Boy, I sit on the carpet. I really want a chance to let go of your body. Say the boss, say yeah. They score, it's the gist of my life. You were looking down, yeah, you missed your chance, try and get me now. Wanna whisper, guys, isn't me, cause I kept them nice. Healthiest around, guaranteed unstained, have a look around. I'm a fool, made a mess. One misjudgment, I should've known. Done it on my own, bring a Ricky on and the lookout song. All in all, you were paralogous. Come on, be honest. Feels like I'm losing it all again. Seems I will never be whole, pretend. You see a side of me that I wanna hide here tonight. Freeze over living inside your head. Please don't put me to rest. Dishonest, go make your profit. Coughing up my pride. Hope it sticks and emits your insides. You don't need them now. Betray every ethic you renounce. Don't you touch my hands. Don't you ever forget that you're alone. When you come undone, you will be alone. You'll be the soul now. On and on, we're paralogous. Come on, be honest. There is fog in our story. You're on. I wanna roll with you, make it a fight in the sun. Who will survive and who will be gone? You can yell and cry, but I will move on. Feels like I'm losing it all again. Seems I will never be whole, pretend. You see a side of me that I wanna hide here tonight. Freeze, hold the living inside your head. Please don't put me to rest. Dishonest, go make your profit. There's a chase on my heels, I caught it. Is it just closeness that you want?
This will be fun.
Listen.
over. And certain moves, let instinct choose their every move to leave us cornered. I know it's true. I sweat and blood and armored skirts, crimson storybook, pretty soldiers. As we grow up, there's nothing left. Bow and arrow in hand, stand up, follow orders. How cruel have we become to know what we have done tomorrow? Another one dear, you're not here. We watch them leave our homes. We embrace steel, and now we know that we have control and free our souls. Gay sharp blades, wise and are seldom blind to life's many horrors. In strength they trust and keep in mind the people lost and left There's a reason she's alive.
eyes on the night. It takes her away like I do. My charm is twinkling out of her eyes, of her eyes. She will never grow old or change her mind. She'll talk about it later on. I'm seeing the sights. There's something wonderful and odd about the escape, and how you want them to be gone. You want them to stay, and impressing her is just so damn hard. I want her back, and please don't go too far. If I see her again, promise I won't She doesn't come back much. No one misses her like I do. I hope she's having fun, doing what she wants to, and send a postcard or two from the sights sometime. To impress her is just too damn hard. And I want her back, but she's gone too far. If I see her again, promise I won't cry. Can you forgive my science? Just that in my mind I dissect past vices, thought detection ruined my life. Bound with so minuscule, like an energy I only know how to avoid. It's just the way I've survived, and my memories stay home. But where they're living, it's so dark. Hate that they're alone. Wanna pull them close in my arms, and I wanna feel it. No longer aloof, and I wanna free you. 'Cause maybe I'll repeat what I've said. We'll be this way forever. So go on, rest in my head. I need us here together. There's a reason we go right on. And I can see the design evolve, so we should stay together. No self when the mind is off, fighting it, but everything is known. I've been an utter fool. Isolation, ill time. It's the past I can't ignore. I've been forged by what I survived. Now my memories stay home. The way we live, it was so dark. Never be alone. Come closer into my arms. I wanna feel you. No longer aloof, and I wanna free you. 'Cause I'll I sigh. Close call, it's the gist of my life. You were looking down, yeah, you missed your chance. Try and get me now. Wanna whisper, guys, visit me, cause I kept them nice. Healthiest around, guaranteed unstained. Have a look around.
there is fog in our story you're on. I wanna roll with you, make it a fight in the sun. Who will survive and who will be gone? You can yell and cry, but I will move on. Feels like I'm losing it all again. Seems I will never be whole, pretend. You see a side of me that I wanna hide here tonight. Freeze, hold the living inside your head. Please don't put me to rest. As honest, go make your profit. There's a chase in my heels, I caught it. Is it just closeness that you want? It's past 11 o'clock and I'm out of time. Getting through the lock and no key to find. Looking all around at the station, are we frozen? Failing to understand how I can hear your mind. Racing on and on through the years of time. Future is our home and I need to get back to listen on the soft and running around an issue with this machine in motion. The clocks in the walls are numb, and I've been waiting here for so long, so long. Listen, I got a problem, and you're the only one who knows this room as a function. Stay years ahead and live this life without you instead. To understand how I can hear your mind. Racing on and on through the years of time. Future is our home and I need to get back to listen on the soft and running around an issue with this machine in motion. The clocks in the walls are numb, and I've been waiting here for so long, so long. Listen, I got a problem, and you're the only one who knows this room as a function. Stay years ahead and live this life without you instead. Listen on the soft and running around an issue with this machine in motion. The clocks in the walls are numb. I've been waiting so long, so long. we've been taken over. two lives.